Hello and welcome to the Resident Evil Remake. This is the start of my Resident Evil Remake Marathon. So we're going to be playing through the Resident Evil Remake of 1, 2, and then 3. And then when Resident Evil 4 Remake comes out, we'll be playing and streaming that, which will be the end of this month. But doing these games every Monday, I should be able to make sure that when Resident Evil 4 Remake comes out, then I can just jump straight into it without having to skip a Monday doing something else and then get into it. So I'll be playing as Jill first, which is kind of like a tradition. When I played the original Resident Evil for the first time, I played as Jill first, and the same with this remake when I first played it. And I like to keep that as a tradition. So I'll be playing as Jill first, and the thing about that too is that for the last few streams or last few weeks, or more than that actually, since really the beginning of the year, I've been playing games that had female protagonists as kind of like a theme to go with. So we're continuing with that theme, but we're also ending with that theme with this playthrough of Resident Evil Remake. So playing as Jill first, which is always my tradition, works in well with keeping the female protagonist theme going. So I played through Control with Jesse Faden, played through Alien Isolation with Amanda Ripley, played through A Plague Tale Innocence with Amicia, played through Hellblade with Senua, and now Jill Valentine. Hey there, Afro. How's it going? Good evening to you as well, Lizzie. Welcome on in. Very rusty at this game. I can't remember the last time I played it. Should all be good still. Gallery. Opening, ending. So I've gotten that before. I won't be doing it in this playthrough, but I should actually try and get the other endings as well in the game. Alright.
Resident Evil.
Good morning, Maxie. How's things going, dude? Play with wide. I keep the controls the original tank controls because the thing about this game is that when you're playing using the control stick, when the camera angle changes, you also have to change which direction you're moving the control stick in, and that kind of thing drives me mad. So I'm going to stick with the original for that and keep subtitles on, of course. Afro, you played this last in 2008, was it? Yeah, that's a while ago now. Yeah, I didn't actually play it until probably 2016 or 17 for the first time, because I'd only ever played the original Resident Evil. Maxie, doing good, thanks. Just having some coffee. How you doing? Excellent. That's great to hear, Maxie. That's awesome, dude. Hope you're enjoying your coffee. And I'm going really, really well. Wasn't sure what time to start this game today because I kind of wanted to make sure that it was going to be close to night time for me as possible, because when I play my horror games, I love to play them when it's night time. But it's still 4:40 p.m. in the afternoon. But depending on how I go, I might be getting to Chris's campaign today. I'm just not sure because I'm very rusty with this game, and it's these games are probably the most speed ran or speed runned games in existence. So a lot of the time when I'm streaming these games, I feel like people who are used to watching speedrunners would probably get a bit frustrated with someone who's not remembering 100% perfectly where everything is and all that kind of stuff. So in a way, there's kind of like this pressure that you can put on yourself as a streamer playing these games. But the thing about it is, like, I don't play these games regularly. I am a big fan of Resident Evil, but that doesn't mean that I live, breathe, and only play Resident Evil my whole life. So there's so many different games that I play in between playthroughs of this, and I can't even remember the last time I played through this game. But it could have been 2021 actually, now that I think about it, because it was when Tomb Raider was celebrating its 25th anniversary, and Resident Evil did as well, because they both came out the same year in 1996. So that probably would have been, yeah, so a couple of years ago now. And so many games I've played since then, and so much has happened. I don't keep these games burned into my memory of where to go and what to do. So But still, my backseating rule still applies for these kinds of games. Even if it looks like I'm going around in circles, it's part of my process of remembering where to go. Plus, I'm getting old now. I'm almost 40 years old, so I've got that I can use as an excuse. After I mean, you didn't play. Your cousin did most of the playing, to be honest. You were too scared. It's understandable. It's a great remake. It really is. And what they added, because they added a subplot to the story that wasn't in the original, it still works. It really works well with the original story. Maxi, glad you're doing good, dude. Never played this one or the original because you were too scared. Well, thanks, Maxi. Cheers for that, dude. But yeah, like there's a lot of freaky moments in these games, especially when you have the camera angles. And that was one of the things that was so good about having games like this, where you had fixed camera angles, was it was creating that kind of vibe that you get in like a movie, and not knowing what was going to pop out at you, and entering a room and having the camera up real close to the character and hearing the enemy that was close, using those sorts of tactics. And that's a real sort of like, you know, it's very movie-like. Lizzie, it's been that long since they came out. Yeah, yeah. So original Tomb Raider was '96, original Resident Evil '96, um, and this remake came out in 2002 for the GameCube. So it wasn't something that was available for, Xbox and stuff. I think it was. No, it wasn't. I don't know if they ported it to PlayStation later in the PS2's life or whatnot. But this version is the remastered version that they released in, I think it was 2014, which is almost 10 years ago now. So yeah, there's been a lot of games in the series since then. Um, but the other thing is too, like this game still has it where the dialogue is very cheesy, you know. But even the original game's dialogue, which some criticize for being cheesy, um, I actually like it because when you think about it, like here's a bit of history about Resident Evil. So there was this movie called Sweet Home, and in this movie it was like in the 80s or something, and Capcom turned it into a video game for the NES. And then what happened was years after that they wanted to actually do a remake of that game for the PlayStation 1. But then they decided, hey, how about we actually make it into its own IP? And so Resident Evil, or in Japan, Biohazard as it's known, was actually born. So already there's that movie connection to it. And so the original Resident Evil, the dialogue and the delivery of it is really fitting for like a really old school B grade horror movie. And that's why I love the dialogue in it. And it's supposed to be like that. Like you look at all these B grade movies and you weren't watching it for the dialogue. You were watching it because it had cool practical special effects, or it had really great atmospheric music, or it was really sort of like funny, so there's all that kind of stuff to it. And Resident Evil, the original, and this one does too, it really captures that style, you know. So if you're expecting dialogue to be like, even if you think about games that came out not that long after the original Resident Evil, like Metal Gear Solid, it was only 2 year release difference between original Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid. And the type of dialogue and delivery you got in Metal Gear Solid was more like an A grade movie, whereas it was a B grade movie style dialogue with the original Resident Evil. And this remake does keep that spirit. It does change dialogue, but it does keep some key dialogues as well, which I think is really cool. But it's actually a really great remake, and as I was saying, the story that it adds in the original, you don't find out and you don't necessarily need to know this stuff, but it's good that they used this as a way to explain it. So in the original, you don't know who built the mansion, you don't know who designed it, you don't know who designed the traps. You just assume, okay, so it's just crazy mansion, crazy corporation. They want to hide their secrets in the lab, so of course they want to have something that's a facade that stops people from finding their laboratories. So from that perspective, when you think about it, that's all that you really need to know. But in this remake, they decided to say, hey, how about we actually give who actually did it a character? You don't meet them, but him and his family, his wife and his daughter, were actually experimented on by Umbrella. So it's quite a tragic story with the daughter, Lisa Trevor, which wasn't in the original Resident Evil, but it matches so well because they thought it out so well when they were adding it. It doesn't feel like an add-on. It feels natural and part of the story because Umbrella's doing all these experiments, right? And when you think about it, a corporation like Umbrella doesn't want their secrets getting out to the world. So what would they do to someone, even someone that they've hired to do all this work for them? They'd want to kill them, of course, right? So in the original Resident Evil, you find this grave that's not marked, and you can't interact with it to find out who is actually, whose grave it is. But in the remake, they make it that the guy who built the traps and everything for Umbrella in the mansion, they don't want him potentially, telling people what was going on. So they trap him down there in the area that you end up in, and that's where he dies. And to add a bit of dark humor, Umbrella decided to already have a grave pre-made for him, as like we're gonna kill you, and we've already got a grave for you, that kind of stuff. So that kind of thing, adding to it, it really adds more flavor to the story while still keeping the integrity of the original story. And I think if you're looking for a remake and you want to actually have a remake that adds new stuff but still honors the original really well, then this is a good example of that. And I think it's what remakes should strive to do. Add some new stuff, but don't just add new bells and whistles just for the sake of adding new bells and whistles. It's good to improve things, of course, but you also want to make sure that if you're going to add something to make it fresh, make sure it still works with what's originally there. And they just did a great job with that in this. So widescreen, original, and subtitles. Hey there, Ronnie. How's things going, dude? Alright, so for the sake of expediency, but one day I really do need to play this game on the highest difficulty. But we're going to go like climbing a mountain. Fulfilling, but takes a lot of work. Oh, hang on. No, I've got to... I'm thinking least to most. Alright, we're going to go to 2. Like going on a hike. Good exercise, but not too strenuous. Alright, so we're going to play as Jill first. Classic outfit. Ronnie, things are going well. You're nearly ready for bed. Oh, that's excellent, dude. That's awesome.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo Team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris.
Bravo Team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare. this way! Damn it! Make for that mansion!
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Barry, and myself. We don't know where Chris is.
What is this place?
Not quite your ordinary house, that's for sure.
Hey, Wesker, where's Chris?
Jill, no! You don't want to go back out there.
But we've got to find...
What was that?
Chris?
No.
Jill, go and investigate.
I'm going with her. Chris and I go back a long way.
All right. You two go. I'll secure this area.
Stay sharp. A dining room.
What is this? Ronnie, 10 PM is bedtime for you. You know that is a little lame, but you're also older. That's definitely no worries at all, dude. Like, you know, if you're tired and you really need to go to sleep, you know, it's no point, you know, not going to bed. No matter what the time it is. Yeah, Afro. The dogs that you want to pet. They're nice and friendly ones. They just want to cuddle. That's all. And bite your neck and kill you, but you know they also want to cuddle as well. Damn, Wesker, a good guy. Good old days. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Surely he won't become a bad guy. Surely. Surely. I like his voice in this. It's not quite the "I'm the master of everything" kind of thing, but you can still hear a little bit of that kind of thing. Like in Resident Evil 5, it's very much like that. It's like, "I am Albert Wesker. You are Chris. Chris!" After a dining room in a house? No way. Yeah, who would have thought? They only put them in certain places, don't they? Hey there, Moon Merchant. How's things going? Time to see 1,000 doors opening. That's true, the classic door opening loading screen. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude?
I think you'd better take a look at this.
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Let's just hope it's not Chris's.
Going well, Ryu? Excellent. That's good to hear, dude.
Barry!
What is it?
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it! What the hell is this thing?
I found Kenneth
killed by this thing. Let's report this to Wesker.
No point wasting your ammo, because even if you do kill the zombie, that's the same zombie that comes out in the cutscene anyway, so you may as well save your bullets. Obviously, people who've played this game before already know that stuff, but as a streamer, you have to also cater to people who may not have played the game that the streamer's streaming, or that huge fans of the series have actually already know. Moon Merchant, you quit this game because of the puzzles, and definitely not because of the scares. Yeah, there's some very difficult puzzles in this. I hate when you use the dog whistle and you got the dogs that attack, because that part can be very, very annoying to me. With these Resident Evil games, in the early parts of the game, I always have a struggle, because I'm trying to build up my ammo while at the same time trying to make sure I don't die. So the early game for me is a bit wishy-washy when I'm trying to get to a certain point. But later on, when I've got all the weapons and stuff that I want, and all the ammo that I need, it makes it a bit easier. That's true review. Here we are again with the remake of Biohazard. I'll be doing the remakes of 2 and 3, and then 4 when it comes out as well.
Wesker! Jill, help me look for him. But let's not leave this hall.
Good idea.
I think in the original Resident Evil game, all you have to make Jill do is go to this next screen, and then go back, and then it goes to the cutscene. But in this game, it takes a bit longer for that to trigger. That I know of. Speedrunners are probably like, haha, little do you know, but better finish the hall first.
Barry.
Any luck, Jill?
No, nothing. What's going on around here? I can't figure it out.
Same here.
Chris, and now Wesker.
There's not much we can do. We can search for him separately. I'll investigate the dining room again.
Okay then, I'll try the door on the other side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could easily get lost. Let's start from the first floor.
Okay.
Oh! I almost forgot. It's a lockpick. You'd make better use of it.
Thanks. I may need it.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. Got it?
Okay.
Oh, I wouldn't call myself a veteran of this game, Moon Merchant. I'm still a very amateur Resident Evil player, even though I've been a fan of it since 1999. But yeah, there's definitely better players of this than me. You're not the first time Capcom had name changes in other countries. Yeah. It's so funny, the movie Army of Darkness in Japan is called Captain Supermarket. Maxie, gonna head to work, dude. Have a great stream, Rod. I definitely will, Maxie. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well, Maxie. I hope that work goes well. Want to highly recommend checking out Maxie's channel. He's doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1, but he's doing something different where he's actually playing it in conjunction with the HBO series that's going on. So he finished the most recent chapter in the game, which the previous episode had actually covered. So when the next episode is aired, when he streams it next, he'll be covering, the next chapter in the game. So he's doing like a parallel playthrough along with the HBO series. He's also a fan of the Final Fantasy series, as well as a lot of other JRPGs. He's also did a playthrough recently of games like Yakuza Like a Dragon. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed. He's doing a series run of that. He's up to Unity. He's up to Assassin's Creed Syndicate, playing that game. Has a great sense of humor, has a great chill atmosphere, and also has some very funny channel points rewards that you can redeem as well. And also some commands and stuff that you can set off. That's okay, Maxi. Absolutely no trouble at all. I really appreciate you stopping by, dude. You still trying to shake off that Street Fighter name rotation? Yeah, it's like, geez. Talk about confusing things for everyone. Like, what the hell, Capcom? Although it makes sense, though, of course, as to why, but... Like, really? I do wish in this remake they had the, you know, you're the master of unlocking for Jill. Defensive weapons. I like the idea of this. In the original, for those who don't know, that wasn't actually a thing. But in this one, if you have defensive weapons on you, when you get grabbed by a zombie, the character will automatically use them. Although I think that's an option. Maybe that's an option to whether it's automatic or manually. But whatever the case, having defensive weapons was a really cool idea. It's an option as a Moon Merchant. There you go. Yeah, there are things in games that I don't really remember. The little ins and outs and nitty-gritty details of game mechanic descriptions and stuff. It's like in games where things become available after a certain point. Sometimes I can't remember which incremental information that is. Like, you know, which came out at what time and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So you basically shouldn't kill these normal zombies. Yeah, that's definitely a tactic. Or you can kill them all, but run the risk of not having ammo when you need it. Emblem of a sword. Of a sword! Took my father's sword! Oh, I missed a zombie. I used to be a zombie once, but I got better. Emblem of a sword. Exactly. That's right, Ryu. I was resurrected. Emblem of armor. What a piece of armor this is. I always laugh at that in Army of Darkness when they're prodding... Is it Army of Darkness or is it... Yeah. They're prodding his vehicle. And one of them is like, what a piece of armor this is. It's funny the things that stick in your mind when you watch movies. I am Henry the Red, Lord of the Northlands and leader of its peoples. Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. I got news for you, pal. You ain't leading but two things right now. Jack and shit. Jack left town. And then that's the grave thing. And that's that thing. Oh! Sorry. Ryu Scooby-Doo and his friends pop by. Huh? I can't really do his laugh. Scooby, Scooby-Doo, Scooby, Scooby-Doo. Ba-na-ba-na-dum, bum-bum-ba-dum. Now that'd be a good crossover. Mod Resident Evil, so it's the Scooby Gang. Do 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 do. One of my favorite ones was Scooby-Doo meets the Addams Family. Kenneth, the corpse of your comrade, Kenneth. It looks like he's holding something. VHS tape. It's the film that belonged to Kenneth. I need a video player to see what's recorded on it. Corpse of comrade Kenneth. Looks like his throat's been torn out. Corpse of comrade Kenneth. Alright, that must be in the original game where there's ammo. There are also crossovers with Scooby-Doo and Batman. Yeah, that's so funny to think. This is a great camera angle. You've got the moonlight coming through the windows. You've got the sort of like dust in the air being amplified by the light shining through. You got the trees, shadow moving in the distance. And there's no music. There's nothing that's, you know, a jump scare. But if you're playing this game for the first time and you never played it, it's really effective because you can't see what's in front of the character. Hey there, viewer. Welcome to Resident Evil. There's an evil resident in the mansion. Actually, there's several. Whoop. Combine. There's a corpse collapsed on the floor like it was an instant death. What the hell happened in this mansion? It was just a party that got really out of hand, Jill. That's all that happened. Moon Merchant, why is it called Resident Evil though? It's actually a really good question. When they were thinking of what to call it in other countries, I don't know why they settled on Resident Evil. I guess they figured mansion setting, the residents there are not the friendly residents that welcome you and are like, hey, welcome to our mansion. Come down and have a nice dinner with us. And so I imagine they were like, well, there's only evil residents that live here, like zombies and all that kind of stuff. The name is catchy anyways. It really, really is. Like, it's one of those names where you can never, ever, ever, ever have it, like, feel original anymore. As in, it's already used. You know what I mean? Like, if you if you come up with a movie and call it Resident Evil, people are going to think, you know, the franchise. You know, that's how iconic it is. It's not kind of like an old forgotten movie or something, you know, where people might forget that it exists. And so when they do their own movie, they might call it that. And then like, oh shit, there was already a movie called that. But... And then you got like games like Evil Within, using the word evil in its title, you know, in a very different kind of way. And then you think about the Japanese name for Evil Within, which is Psycho Break. Oh yeah, it is Moon Merchant. It's locked from the other side. Take the golden arrow? Yes. We'll take the golden arrow. Yep, similar to how Capcom came up with Street Fighter, even though there was a movie from the 70s called The Street Fighter, but most people think of the game anyways. That is so true, you know. And then there's just some things that, you know, they're going to have different, they're going to have the same title anyway, you know. Because not everyone's aware of everything. Yeah, so there's three things that I really like that have evil in the title. Resident Evil, The Evil Within, and Evil Dead. A tomb engraved with the picture of an angel. A tomb, hey? Moon Merchant, man, they do have lots of different design doors. They really do. A lot of different ornate designs and stuff like that. There's an indentation in the shape of an arrowhead. Wrong button. I can see myself doing that too. Accidentally. The arrowhead is made from peridot, sometimes referred to as a poor man's emerald. Ah, that's right, of course. In this game you have to manually do it. There we go. Mortal Kombat definitely redefined the way that title is thought of now. That really did, you know, and there was that movie as well called Mortal Kombat that I think predated the games. But of course, combat spelt normally. A book is fitted perfectly in the indentation. Will you take the Book of Curses? Yes. It's a very good book. You can learn a lot of really cool curses there, like motherfucker shit snot. There's a key embedded on the back cover. Will you remove it? You got the mansion key. Book of Curses. Page 1. Fuck you! Book of Curses. The four masks. A mask that speaks no evil, a mask that smells no evil, a mask that sees no evil, a mask that cannot speak, smell, or see evil. When all four fall into place, evil will awaken. Dun dun dun! The following inscription is carved into the indentation. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What I wouldn't give to have a baby Ruth. Which is a chocolate bar, which I didn't know about until the Goonies. That's right, Moon. Tomb. The Tomb of Death. And the Tomb of Bad Breath as well. There's an engraving of a sword. Oh, that's right. B is reload. Yep. Crippled Avengers, aka Mortal Kombat, aka the return of the 5 deadly venoms. Really? It's got that many titles? Jeez. Didn't actually realize. That's a lot of titles. We used the sword key. Excellent. I can't remember what was on this door. Okay, that's the armor. Something I do miss in the remake is the really cool opening song in the original Resident Evil. Dun 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 dun. Alright, and this is, I do believe, outside where doggies are. Yep. And this herb that you can use a few times before it stops being usable. A stained glass window. The pattern in the center resembles a witch. Witch? Which witch? The good witch or the bad witch? There we go, we unlocked it. Just remembered too, I've also got to do... I've already actually noted it, but I've got to do a playthrough to celebrate Silent Hill 3's 20th anniversary this year. In fact, Tobias mentioned that they originally thought of calling it Mortal Kombat, but they couldn't due to a trademark issues. But the thing too that's really cool about the fact that that happened is that it forced them to change, but still keep the title, you know. So changing the spelling to K, and what that kind of does is people who know how a word is spelled, when they see it misspelled, apart from driving them crazy, it can also make them remember it. You know, so I think it was quite clever for them to put the K on instead of the C. It definitely gave the franchise its own identity too. Exactly. You know, taking a setback and making it an actual advantage. That one's helmet. We unlocked it. Whoa, what the hell? Oh! I'm like, gee, my end of the stream is lagging really badly. It's still stuck on the opening. But then I'm like, oh shit, that's because I accidentally paused my broadcast on my end. When I was copying and pasting stuff with the IMDb links. Got him in the nuts. Ah, this music. I was late to the Resident Evil series by 3 years, but I'm glad I became a fan of it. And by that I mean the series had already been out for 3 years by the time I got to my first Resident Evil experience, which was Resident Evil 3. Special instructions for the disposal of dead bodies. We have new information regarding those beings. They may appear to be dead, but in fact they are able to come back to life. However, there are ways to prevent them from becoming active again. Currently, there are 2 known methods to cease their resurrection. 1. Incineration. 2. Destruction of the head. 3. Bodily dismemberment. If further methods are discovered, you will be notified immediately. Meanwhile, to those of you who still have the will to live, oil has been placed on the first floor of the mansion. Take as much as you need. You'll need something to light it with, which you'll need to find by yourself. Aww. You should provide that. So you should. You should provide that to us, Umbrella. There are several kinds of serum here. Many of them are of a sickly color. Well, we don't want to mess with them, with the sickly colored ones. Alright, so I kind of like to keep a pattern thing here where I put weapons. Ink ribbon. Do a bit of combining. There we go. And don't have the shotty yet, so I'll put the shotgun shells back in here. Alright. An old typewriter. You can save your progress. Yes. Alright. Here we go. So I've played through it enough to not have any save slots spare anymore. So what I'm going to do is use the last two from now on whenever I play this game. Bum, 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 bum. I could listen to this on loop for hours doing something else. I mean, I couldn't sit here for hours listening to it on loop, but I could be doing other things while listening to it on loop for hours. It's interesting how one of the original ideas for the first Mortal Kombat was to make a Van Damme game, which fell through, and they ended up creating Johnny Cage, who was actually the first character they filmed, if you recall correctly. With that being said, Tobias always had Liu Kang as the hero in mind from the get-go. Yeah, it's always interesting to find out the origin of stuff, because if you only know it as it ended up, there can be a lot of information that you don't know about. Hello there, Nemesis. Welcome, dude. Absolutely. Starting my Resident Evil Remake Marathon today. Oh, that's great, Lizzie. That's awesome that you're feeling better, that you're able to get that by using a heating pad. That's awesome. Nemesis, before March, if there's any games in the PS Plus collection you'd like to add them to your library, Sony is removing the collection. You did add Resident Evil Biohazard, but it might get too gory for you. Oh, thanks for the heads up, Nemesis. Yeah, I really should get onto that because I don't even have it set up yet, my PS5. So I'll have to get that sorted. I've just been too lazy to get it set up. But yeah, that's good that you added Resident Evil Biohazard to it. I don't know why people are scared of this family-friendly game, though. No, just kidding. Resident Evil, fun for the whole family. Hey DC, welcome on in. Family friendly, only when zombies come out of the toilets. Yeah, watch out when you're on the toilet. Never know when zombies might come out of it. Nemesis, you heard the village is good. Yeah, I like Resident Evil Village. I don't know where they're going to take the series next, though, with Resident Evil 9, because how it ends and that. And they do a time jump as well, which the series has never done before when it comes to one new game ending. It never really actually fast forwards time. Like for me, the only downside really with Resident Evil Village was that for all the hype around Lady D, she's not really in the game for that much. So I would have liked them to actually hold off on the boss fight with her until later in the game. Or at least make her one of the other people later that you fight. Or deal with. Armor. But the other thing is too, they're getting a bit too fantasy based now, in a way, with Resident Evil Village. Like, there's only so far you can stretch the idea of a virus that actually affects people's mental states. But also their physical states as well, obviously. But you could already argue it's become like that anyway, years before, with Wesker being able to be like, have superhero reflexes. The zombie's like, look, I'm trying to get some rest here, right? I'm trying to get some sleep. I wonder why the residents are so evil in this mansion. They're just trying to get some sleep. DC lol, he walked all the way back downstairs to wait for you. He sure did. He was like, "Aw, that human just left. Where did they go?" Yeah, the other zombie's like, "Oi." Lizzie, damn it, Jill, he was sleeping. Exactly, Jill, what are you doing? Jill's the master of unlocking, though, not the master of stealth. You still haven't started Biohazard yet, you're too scared. Be interesting to see what you think about it, Lizzie, when you do. The only thing about defensive items, though, is it doesn't work if you have an enemy attacking you from behind. A crumpled memo. Today, Sir Spencer told me to hide something where no one could find it. Well, I had this idea. I figured if I could somehow have it protected by a dangerous animal, like the vicious canine that lives here, no one would be able to get near it. As far as I can tell, the mutt is always hanging around the second floor balcony on the west side of the terrace, and he ought to come running at the sound of a dog whistle. This is where you come in. The thing is, I reckon you're the only person that can get near that damn dog without risking a serious mauling. Which means only you can put this collar on him. The object that Sir Spencer wants hidden is concealed inside. You're the only person I can trust with this. Of course, you'll get something out of it as well. Remember that certain item that you've always wanted to get hold of? Well, in exchange for your services, I just might be able to get it for you. This could work out well for both of us. John Tolman. Nemesis, you heard Dying Light 2 graphics are impressive? Yeah, I don't really know. Like, I've seen it being played, and it seemed to have good graphics. DC, damn it, zombie. Not without her consent, lol. Exactly, zombie. What are you doing? Jeez. Have to get cancelled. Does he probably have nightmares for weeks because of that family? Yeah. It's understandable. DC so bitey. Exactly. That's right, Lizzie, yeah. So we have the dog whistle. You take the lighter? Yes. Spencer family emblem is carved in the doorknob. Those Spencers. It's locked. An emblem of armor. That's okay, Lizzie. Now, let's say, hypothetically, I'm a Barbie girl, and for parallel reasons, in the Barbie world. Because of this conclusion, it can be affirmed that life in plastic feels fantastic. Perhaps even you can brush my hair and undress me everywhere, and through imagination, life is your creation. Hey hippie, thanks for redeeming that. Man, the dog ate her whole hand. She's definitely infected. That's true.
Barry,
Oh, Jill. Got any good news?
other than I'm still alive in this madhouse? No.
Can't say it's much safer here either. We'd better secure our escape route first. There's gotta be a back door somewhere.
All right then, let's split up again.
Hey, hold on a sec. Look what I've found.
What?
A can of fizz. It's sure to yellow and mellow those things. It's yours. Hopefully you won't have to use it.
Ooh, I love acid shells. They taste so good.
What about you?
Oh, don't worry. I like the buddy system we have here.
I see. Thanks, I'll take it.
See you later.
Ciao.
Through the magic of plot armor, though, Jill will be fine. Like how he calls it fizz. It's funny too, because in the original, he gives something similar like that, probably the exact same thing to Jill, but he refers to it as a weapon. Like, Barry, that's ammo. Unless you plan to throw the ammo at someone. Hello. Zombie's like, I'm selling this life insurance. Are you interested? Guaranteed, if you die, you'll still be alive. You'll just be undead. Alright. Stupid me put the shotgun away, didn't I? Of course I did. Oops, wrong side. Whoop, wrong button. Hippie, this is not a modern remake, is it? You reckon the new ones are built in a different style? Yeah, so this one was 2002 originally, when they remade the first Resident Evil. And the initial plan, because the remake came out on the GameCube, but the original plan was to also remake 2 and 3 back then, but they cancelled the remakes of 2 and 3 and decided to just remake this game. And you also had Resident Evil 0 that came out as well, I think around the same time as this remake. But fast forward to 2019 and we finally get Resident Evil 2 Remake, but it's behind the shoulder view like Resident Evil 4 was, and Resident Evil 5 and 6. Viewer, have a good show, Rod. You're going to lurk sleep? I definitely will, Viewer. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for leaving the lurk too as well. I really appreciate it. Lizzie, the zombie's been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty. And since we haven't heard from you in a while, we thought that a face-to-face meeting would be the best way to go. Bullshit. Auto aim. Locked on, but no. I'm dead. Or not. I will be soon though. If I don't get some health into me. Yeah. That's right, I forgot. Trying to get that. Yes. That's why I hate these dogs at the start of the game. Can't carry any more, of course, Rod. Duh! I hate how you can't drop the whistle. You'd think after using it, it'd be like, this whistle is pointless now. Yes, I know that. I want to go through the door. Fine, I guess I have to go through the other door then. Oh, that's right, I forgot. You had to go to the door to get that to happen. Of course. Alright, now we can get the collar, which means we can get the actual key. Well, not the actual key, but we can get the fake key to put in place of the real key, so we don't get killed by the trap. Yes, let's take the collar. There's a switch. Will you press it? Yes. Boom. Blew up the world. A coin was hidden inside the collar. There's nothing unusual. There's nothing unusual. It changed into the shape of a key. Imitation of a key. Shaped like a key, but lacks the rigidity to be used as one. Lizzie, Jill, carry bigger bags. Exactly, Jill. You need a really, really large backpack. Just like Lara has. Well, classic Lara. Reboot Lara doesn't have the backpack. You again. I don't want extended warranty on my car. Goodbye. put that away for now. Yeah, damn telemarketers, Lizzie. It's like, come on. Even when they're undead, they want to cause issues. Hello there, Crimson Head. Alright, so now we take this key out. May whoever takes this emblem find peace in death. Will you take the mention key? Yes, I will. Oh no! Whatever will I do? How will I get out of this situation? Oh my god! Lizzie, you're dying over here. Well, you might become a zombie afterwards. There we go, and the actual key that we have is the armor key. What a piece of armor this is! It's locked. Emblem of a helmet. Now we're going to get attacked by a Crimson Head. Or not, they changed their position. Which is weird. But also good. I remember the first time I played this game, it took me a long time to finish it. It took me like more than 8 hours because I hadn't played it before, and only having played the original versions, there's obviously a lot of differences in the remake, so it was very much a big, massive learning curve. It still might take me quite a few hours to get through the game though, but... The blue gemstone. Was this door armor as well? No, that was helmet. This door up this way was armor. Oh. He's like, please, Jill, feed me more bullets. I'm very hungry for them. Gotta be careful with auto-aim in this game, because even when auto-aim works, there might be something in the environment that blocks your bullets from hitting the enemy.
Jill.
Barry, I didn't mean to get you that excited.
Right. Anyway, you should read this.
Almost gave Barry a heart attack there. Researchers will. A letter is slipped inside. The top part of the letter is torn off. The rest of the letter is legible. Alma, I have tried to survive only to see you again, but my efforts only delayed the inevitable. I am infected, and there is no cure for what will follow, except to end my life before I lose the only thing that separates me from them. My love for you. In an hour, I'll have entered my eternal sleep, where there is peace. Please understand. Please know that I'm sorry. Martin Crackhorn.
What do you make of it?
Well, I guess we were right about this mansion being quite unnatural.
You have a way with understatements.
Where's the part that's torn off?
Well, my only guess is that it was the most important part, and somebody didn't want anyone to see it. Let's continue our investigation.
Did you know Jesus drove a Honda, but didn't talk about it? John 12:49. I have not spoken of my own accord. Welcome, Mr. Goatee. They kept that information out of the Bible because they didn't want to reveal that Jesus was actually a time traveler. Mr. Goatee, yeah, Jesus was a Honda driver and Moses drove a Ford, and somewhere in between they hit the reset button. You know, like, yeah, we can't do this. Mr. Goethe, yeah, we stuffed up the timeline. We can't have cars yet. Dad, reset life, please. It's like, what are you doing? Can't let humanity have this earlier. I'm doing really good, thanks, Mr. Goethe. Things are going great, dude. How's things going for you? There's something written in the corner of the picture, commemorating the completion of the mansion. Will you take the musical score? Yes. Examine. A section of the music is missing, leaving only the beginning and the end of the music. It's titled Moonlight Sonata. Mr. Goethe, really good. Saving for PC parts. You played games with friends and chilled out today. Well, that's excellent, dude. It sounds like you've had a really good day. Hey there, Harbinger. How's it going? It's not, no. But I haven't played this for a couple of years now. I've played all the Resident Evil games in the series, except with the exception of some of the, I guess, gun survivor games in the series. Alright, so I need to go there next. Alright, so what I want to do is go back. Put some things away. That's true, Harbinger. Someone claimed it. Have to wait. Damn Crimson Heads. I actually forgot about that one being there. That's right, it was a helmet one.
Ah, your life is the sum of a remainder of an unbalanced equation inherent to the programming of the Matrix. You are the eventuality of an anomaly, which, despite my sincerest efforts, I have been unable to eliminate from what is otherwise a harmony of mathematical precision. While it remains a burden assiduously avoided, it is not unexpected, and thus not beyond a measure of control, which has led you inexorably here.
Thank you so much for redeeming that quote, which I'm assuming is from The Matrix Reloaded, which I haven't seen Reloaded and Revolutions more than once. But that is a good one. That worked out well, especially with those long words. I like that. Inherent, eventuality, anomaly, harmony, assiduously, unexpected, inexorably, you know. It's hard to find scenes for a Gollum impression, sadly. Yeah, that's the thing, and I know it's very hard with that to sort of like do it, and I'm kind of starting to feel like I'm losing the ability to actually do the Gollum impression the way that I used to be able to as well, because it is a bit harder to say long stuff with that impression. Ah, you piece of fucking shit. Didn't fucking get to the door quick enough. That's right, it's locked from the other side. I want the other door. Hehehe. Oh no, I'm going to leave this great grenade launcher on there. I'm not going to take this. Are you fucking kidding me, game? Of course I'm taking the grenade launcher. Woe to those who disturb my sleep. There's a switch here. Poison gas. That's what happens if you don't do the puzzle. But if you leave and then come back in, it resets. In the original Resident Evil, in this room you don't have these statues. You have two vents on the ground, or two drains, I guess, on the ground, and you have to cover both of them before pressing the switch, and then that way the gas won't be able to come out, and therefore you'll be able to pick up the item. A mysterious box. Will you take the jewelry box? Yes. Shin, King's Knight takes Queen's Bishop made in 4 moves, does it? So that's how you solve it. Yeah, I don't play chess, so I've got no idea about it. There was a mask inside. Death mask. It's a death mask without eyes, nose, or mouth. You love chess, it forces you to think and plan ahead. Yeah, I imagine those who have a mind for chess would benefit from that. But yeah, I just can't wrap my head around it. To me, it's like trying to solve a difficult mathematical equation. Joe Rod can't play chess right now. He's having PTSD from the AC Brotherhood glyphs. Yeah, they can be kind of annoying. But after I've finished them, I never think about them until the next time I play the game and do them. But some of them can be annoying. Shin, the best chess game is called Battle Chess, is it? I think I might have heard of it. Shin, imagine knight and queen in a battle for the space. And smack your bishop up the side of the head with the chess piece before you knock it over.
Richard! What happened? You're wounded.
This whole place is a killing zone. There are monsters.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
Bring me serum. I saw some, but didn't bring any.
I'll go and get it, okay? You're gonna make it.
Thanks.
Oh, I see, Shin. Yeah, I didn't know.
Here, Richard. I'm gonna give you a shot. Hang in there.
Jill, here's my radio. Take it. I'm... Does it ever not hurt? I'm okay. The others...
Hey there, Game God. It is, yeah, it came out last year. Just kidding. Yep, this is the remake. Originally from 2002, then remastered in, I think, 2014. Yeah. Yeah, the remake of Resident Evil 4 looks really good. Game God, hope they don't fuck it up like they did with the Resident Evil 3 remake. Yeah, the thing about the remake of 3 is I actually think it's a good game, but it is a shame that they cut out several things from the original, and also that Nemesis is scripted to appear like he only appears when scripted, is what I'm getting at. Unlike in the original where he can also appear just randomly. But I didn't really think Resident Evil 3 Remake was like the end of the world or anything. the first time I heard that music actually wasn't in this game, or the original. The original remake came out in 1996. There was a game though called Shadow Man, which came out in 1998, I think it was. And I played the Nintendo 64 version and had that, and I still actually have a copy of it. But in that game, Moonlight Sonata is also used in one of the opening cutscenes of that game. So that's where I heard it first, because I hadn't actually played Resident Evil Original until about 2000. Because the first Resident Evil game I played was Resident Evil 3 back in 1999 when that came out. And then I went back and replayed the first two in reverse order. So I played through Resident Evil 2 first before playing through Resident Evil 1. But it didn't matter. It still made for a great playthrough because the first game, even though I knew the fates of characters based on Resident Evil 2 and 3, it was still an enjoyable experience. But yeah, that Moonlight Sonata obviously is a classical piece of music that predates, probably predates even like, yeah, it definitely would predate video games by a long shot. Yep, it was composed by Beethoven in 1801, so definitely before video games existed. Shit, why did I put that fucking away? Trevor's Diary, November 24, 1967. 11 days have passed since arriving on this estate. How did I end up like this? A guy in a lab coat brought me a meager plate of food and said, "Sorry to put you through this, but it's for security reasons." That's when it hit me. It all makes sense now. There are only two people that know the secret of this mansion, Sir Spencer and myself. If they kill me, Sir Spencer will be the only person that knows the secret. But for what purpose? It doesn't matter now. It's too dangerous here. My family, I hope they are all right. I've tried to escape. Jessica, Lisa, I pray you are safe. November 26, 1967. How could I be so careless? I lost my favorite lighter, the one Jessica gave me for my birthday. Now it's going to be that much harder to escape this dark place. November 13th, the date when my fate was sealed. My aunt was hospitalized just 3 days before that. Jessica and Lisa said that they were going to visit her. I wish I could be there with them. But wait, even as I'm writing, my memory is coming back to me more vividly. Just before I passed out, I remember the men in the lab coats said something like, "Most likely your family is already..." I pray for their safety. November 27, 1967. Somehow I managed to get out of that room, but getting out of this mansion won't be as easy. I have to get past all the booby traps, tiger eyes, gold emblem. I have to try and remember for my own sake. So this aspect of the story wasn't in the original, but I like how they added this, and it adds something new to the remake that doesn't actually ruin anything of the original story that gets put into this game as well. Alright, I'm going to have to go back and get the emblem. I forgot to get it out of the item box. Oh, was it Game God? Cool. And then the Resident Evil 2 remake. Nice. Yeah, the remake of 2 was excellent. Lisa, protected by the three spirits. A picture of a woman wearing a bracelet, a necklace, and a crown. There's a switch at the bottom of the picture. Press it. No. Don't want to be doing that. Just yet. The title is written as follows. Bring the light of truth to the three spirits. Picture of a valiant wearing a bracelet. It's set in yellow stained glass. There's a switch here. Press it? No. There we go. Let's take the death mask. Death mask without a mouth. Game God, when people click the Resident Evil category, they think it's the 96 version Rod. Even though it's got the cover for the remake. Yeah, there's actually two different categories called Resident Evil. One's for the original version. The original version has Chris Redfield, the classic 96 game cover on it, so the category I've got chosen is the one that has the remake image on it. Plus I've got remake in the title as well. Oh wait, it switched on me. I refreshed the page and the category was the original. What the fuck? That's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit that it did that on me. In fact, when I chose the category, I made sure it was the cover of the remake. Yeah, I changed it to the remake one, and then it changed it back to the 96 one. That's ridiculous. Oh well. Can't be helped. If Twitch keeps changing it back to the original category, when I change it to the remake category, that's Twitch's fault. Anyway, it doesn't really matter that much. If you think this is 1996 graphics, I think you need your eyes checked. Hey there, Lidus. Welcome on in. Thank you for leaving the lurk. I'm doing really, really good, thank you. How's things going with you? This puzzle is fun. In the remake is confusing, but fun, not gonna lie. Yeah, I thought it was quite good to change things up for the remake. Iron Orchids, thank you so much for the follow. Guys, imagine if the crows attacked like in the OG. Oh, could you imagine? Actually, I think they do. Although maybe they don't. I can't remember. I don't want to find out. Thanks for the GGs, Lidus. Game God, exactly. Yeah. Yes, I don't know why it's doing that for. You put the category as the remake, and yet it changes it automatically to the original. Lidus, Resident Evil 96 Unlimited Power. Yeah. Oh, that's good, Lidus. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. Lidus, missed you, man. You had midterms, stress level was over 9,000, was close to depression, but you're okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're okay, Lidus, as well. But that's understandable too, to have something like that that you need to get through and pass. But I'm glad that you're okay. Of course it was going to take more bullets. For those who leave a stream when someone dies, thanks for watching. Catch you next time. Lizzie, people leave the stream if the character dies. Yeah, I'm kind of being a bit facetious, but there are some people that when they watch someone play a game, as soon as the character dies, it breaks the immersion for them, so they leave the stream. Or they don't like to see people die in a game, because they feel that when you play a game, you should do it perfectly without dying. Lizzie, then they would hate you. Yeah, I grew up playing NES games, so you learn to just accept dying and then continue on. Oh, that's right. I used that too many times already. Hey, Iron Orchards, you're spooked, are you? Well, that's good. It means the game's doing its job.
Richard! What happened? You're wounded.
This whole place is a killing zone. There are monsters.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
Bring me serum. I saw some, but didn't bring any.
I'll go and get it, okay? You're gonna make it.
Thanks.
It sure does, Iron Orchard. The title might make you think it's about a building full of residents who are evil, but no. That cunt.
Richard!
Really, Ryu? Holy shit. So it means when that movie came out, I was 4 years old. Or I was 3 turning 4. Ryu, not only is it one of the best Mortal Kombat movies that isn't Mortal Kombat, it's probably one of the best fighting game movies that isn't based on one. Exactly. Considering it existed before a lot of video games. Well, it existed before Mortal Kombat existed. It was one of the things that inspired the people who made Mortal Kombat. So it definitely would be a Mortal Kombat movie before there was one. Exactly, along with Enter the Dragon as well. It's cool how one thing inspires another. It also existed before Street Fighter 2 kickstarted the genre. Yeah! Enjoy your serum, Richard. I hope it's worth it. It's definitely a better Street Fighter movie than the actual one with Van Damme. This is so true. That movie was at least enjoyable, but compared to the animated Street Fighter movie and the OG Mortal Kombat movie, it does kind of pale in comparison. This is so true, it really does. These movies based on fighting games or video games in general didn't really need to be the most accurate adaptations or the highest quality of productions in order to be good. Same goes with Resident Evil. Yeah, this is so true, but then there's also the subjective where one person might think it's great and the other person might think it's terrible, which is the same with everything. I have Iron Orchids. Not regularly though, the last time was 2 years ago. When Resident Evil was celebrating its 25th anniversary, I played the original, then the remake, 2 original, then the remake, and then 3 original, and then the remake. Ryu, of course you're not wrong there, the first Resident Evil flick is at least okay. That's true. For me, the sequels were where it was ridiculous. Iron Orchids, you love the Resident Evil movies, but the greatest work the director did was Event Horizon. Event Horizon is bananas. It's a great movie, Event Horizon. I absolutely love that one. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, Iron Orchids. I watched his movie Soldier, and I wasn't that fussed on it, even though Kurt Russell is the legend. But that movie just didn't... I don't know. I'd have to rewatch it though. I only saw it once when it came out, but Event Horizon, for me, Mortal Kombat and Event Horizon are his best movies. And then after that, probably the original Resident Evil. Okay, so I've already read Trevor's diary. Will you take the gold emblem? Yes, I will. Paul W. S. Anderson has definitely made some movies you can say you liked or at least enjoyed. He's also made some poor movies too. Definitely was Anderson's peak in many ways. Very true. I remember too, at one stage he was working on a movie adaptation of Castlevania. Yeah, I never saw that one, Ryu. Didn't see Death Race. picture of two knights striking each other. The short sword has been thrust into the breast of one knight, while the long sword has pierced the head of the other. When the two have run each other through, the path to your destiny will open. It looks like you can turn the gears inside the clock. Try it. Yes. Oops. Hang on. This always confuses me. Nice. Ryu weren't too fond of his Alien vs Predator movie. Granted, the second one is worse, despite being R-rated. He also did a Monster Hunter movie, which he completely forgot about. Resident Evil and Monster Hunter, both Capcom properties. Now, there's someone that he cast in that movie too. I just can't quite think of who Paul W. Anderson would cast in a female role in one of his movies. There's an actress that he always casts. I just can't remember her Mila Jovovich name. But I'm sure that there's a female actress that he always casts in his movies now. Will you take the mansion key? Yes. There's an engraving of a shield. Nice. Were you glad he did Mortal Kombat? Could you imagine how things would have been if he did Street Fighter instead? Yeah, just imagine. Ryu, he'd probably make Mila the main chick instead of Ryu, Guile, or even Chun-Li. Yeah. I mean, if he was to do it now. Bad enough the Mortal Kombat reboot did something similar. Yeah. Went the wrong way. Now we're gonna get hit by the Crimson Head. That's right, I forgot Jill still had some defensive weapons. Jesus Christ, that was close. You would think that I had Jill facing the right way for the game to know to actually open the door, but nope.
I'm okay. The others...
I feel a yawn coming on. What's this? Shotgun shells. Yes, definitely take those. Yeah, the Mortal Kombat reboot was okay, but you do feel that 95 is better. Even Scorpion's Revenge was better, despite some of your issues with that flick. That's true, I remember you saying that, yeah. But yeah, I haven't seen the Mortal Kombat reboot movie before. I don't know if I'll bother now anyway.
Payback time.
Will you take the death mask? Yes. Death mask. It's death mask without a nose. Jill just leaves him leaves him to die. I definitely want to go back in though to get the shotty that he has. Or that he had. Although where's his damn body now? Maybe I did it wrong. I forget. I probably did it wrong to get the shotgun from Richard's body. You probably have to still stay in there with him. Ah well.
Am I poisoned? I need serum.
I'm not reloading my save to do all that stuff again just to get the shotgun from Richard. But yeah, I think you need to stay in there with him until he gets killed in front of you, and then you can pick up. Me leaving and him dying still means that his body gets despawned from the game. Were you granted Battle of the Realms was worse. Maybe not by much, but still, it's the Mortal Kombat Annihilation in animated form. That does sound terrible indeed. Yeah, Harbinger. Richard's like, no. That's true, Lizzie. Rip shotgun and rip Richard as well. It's a really powerful shotgun as well. Can't be helped now. Just have to use the regular shotgun. Can't be helped, Lizzie. Once you leave the room, like, you're supposed to stay in the room with Richard while he's fighting the snake, and then when he dies in the room with you, then you can pick up his shotgun. But if you leave the room before that happens, like I did, he gets killed in the room when you're outside of it, but when you go back in, his body disappears. Ah, shit, I forgot. The save that I had before the last one I made was at a point where I hadn't actually had gotten the other masks and put them in. Hey there, Jonas. Welcome on in. Absolutely, Resident Evil 1 Remake. Today I start my marathon of the Resident Evil remakes, and then when 4 comes out, I can jump into that then. It won't be the same day that it comes out, because it doesn't fall on a Monday, and I'm doing the Resident Evil games every Monday this month, but by the time it's out, I'll be able to finish Resident Evil 3 Remake and jump straight into the remake of Resident Evil 4 that way. That's right, that door's locked with armor on it. Got too close to the damn fucking thing. Yes, we'll take the dagger. I want the knife. Please. There's an inscription here. A tiger glowing with blue and yellow light. Can't remember which side is which. That doesn't matter. Whichever side you stand on of the statue, doesn't matter. Shotgun shells, don't mind if I do. I definitely want to read the Keeper's Diary. May 9, 1998. Played poker tonight with Scott and Elias from security and Steve from research. Steve was the big winner, but I think he was cheating. Scumbag. May 10, 98. One of the higher-ups assigned me to take care of a new creature. It looks like a skinned gorilla. Feeding instructions were to give it live animals. When I threw in a pig, the creature seemed to play with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before it actually started eating. May 11, 98. At around 5 a.m, Scott woke me up. Scared the shit out of me too. He was wearing a protective suit. He handed me another one and told me to put it on. Said there'd been an accident in the basement lab. I just knew something like this would happen. Those bastards in research never sleep, even on holiday. May 12, 98. I've been wearing the damn spacesuit since yesterday. My skin's getting grimy and feels itchy all over. The goddamn dogs have been looking at me funny, so I decided not to feed them today. Screw 'em. May 13, 98. Went to the infirmary because my back is all swollen and feels itchy. They put a big bandage on it and told me I didn't need to wear the suit anymore. All I want to do is sleep. May 14, 98. Found another big blister on my foot this morning. I ended up dragging my foot all the way to the dog's pen. They were quiet all day, which is weird. Then I realized some of them had escaped. Maybe this is their way of getting back at me for not feeding them the last 3 days. If anybody finds out, I'll have my head handed to me. May 16, 98. Rumors going around that a researcher who tried to escape the estate last night was shot. My entire body feels hot and itchy, and I'm sweating all the time now. I scratched the swelling on my arm, and a piece of rotten flesh just dropped off. What the hell's happening to me? May 19, 98. Fever gone but itchy. Today hungry and eat doggy food. May 21, 98. Itchy, itchy, Scott came ugly face, so killed him. Tasty. Itchy. Tasty. Have a taste of shotgun. That's a wonderful story about the Keeper. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you as well, Senny. How's things going, dude? That whole thing with the Keeper's Diary, that was in the original game as well. And the thing about it is, I wish one of the movies actually showed that scene. Show the outbreak happening in the lab, but then show that dude as the last person we see as a human before it cuts to, obviously, the STARS members turning up to the mansion. There's little things like that which I wish they add in the movies because it adds a bit of flavour. Going pretty well, had some nice sleep. How's Resident Evil going? Excellent, Crooked. Glad to hear that, dude. It's always good to get some good sleep as well when you can. And it's going good. We're playing as Jill Valentine. And the other character you can play as is Chris. And when you play as Jill, one of the other STARS members, which is the team, basically you have Barry, but when you play as Chris, you have Rebecca as another character that was also on the same team. Overall, they're on the same team, which is STARS, but there's also two separate teams under that, Alpha and Bravo team. And Bravo team went to investigate this mansion, but their helicopter crashed in the forest. And so Alpha team was sent in to actually investigate. And that's when all hell broke loose and they ended up in the mansion here. Hey there, Ghostface Killer. Do you like a fair amount of horror games or just a few? Yeah, so I'm a big fan of the Resident Evil series, Silent Hill. I also like Evil Within 1 and 2. Also a fan of Alien Isolation. And I also like Alan Wake. What's some other ones? Um, Oh, Dead Rising. I like those games. I'm not a fan of games like Dead by Daylight. And there's some Evil Dead games that I enjoyed. Not the new one though, because it's not my kind of game. Um, so yeah, there's a few. Alone in the Dark. I played the original once. I played New Nightmare once. That was when it came out, and didn't try the 2005 one. Lizzie, Dead by Daylight isn't horror though, isn't it? Oh, okay. I must be mistaken then. Isn't that the one where there's a lot of horror characters? There's probably some other horror games that I missed as well, but that's a general overview of which horror games I like. Lizzie, but that's where the horror part ends, is it? Ah, I gotcha. Yeah. Well, in any case, I don't like that kind of game anyway. I prefer single-player, story-driven games. And not story that's just like 2 hours long, but a decent chunk of story. Oh, how could I forget? Fucking hell. Until Dawn. I also like that. Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures Anthology, and The Quarry as well. Can't believe I fucking forgot those games. That's right, I forgot. You have to have it this way in order to open it. Yeah, Jonas, as well, Outlast. See, forgetting the stuff already. Yeah, Outlast 1 and 2. I also like those as well. Ghostface, you just started a few months back playing a few horror games. You played Outlast 2 like a year or two ago, but finished it a few months back as you went back and finished after forgetting about it. You also played Until Dawn a month or two ago, and you plan to play The Quarry sometime. You'll also play the first Outlast and The Whistleblower, as you heard they were better than Outlast 2. Yeah, Outlast 1 is definitely more of a run around while being chased, adrenaline, exhilaration kind of game. Whereas Outlast 2 tries to do that too, but also more psychological horror stuff. But I actually really loved Outlast 2. Psychological horror is up my alley, so I really enjoyed that one. But Outlast 1 is great as well. And the Whistleblower DLC, definitely worth playing, for sure. It's a great DLC that fills in some blanks. Ghostface, you also quite liked Outlast 2, but many didn't, as they think the scares drop halfway through after you leave Martha, or whatever her name is. You also felt this drop, but you still enjoyed your time with it. Yeah, I never really thought about it like that, that the scares drop off. But the thing about that too is I don't get scared by horror games or movies, so that element kind of goes over my head in terms of like being scared and stuff. But I really prefer the horror that gets under the skin. And oh, the Evil Within. Fucking hell, I forgot to say that. Oh no, I said that. That's right. I said that I liked Evil Within. Don't mind me. I thought I forgot the Evil Within. Will you take the fishhook? Yes. Various types of fishhooks. An unlocked case. It's full of various biological reports. That's what it said, wasn't it? Yeah, reports. The container is full of dead bugs. Will you take the B specimen? Assorted fishing lures. Will you take the lure of a bee? A collection of insect specimens. There's a switch underneath. Press it? No, not yet. Lure of a bee specimen. Collection of insects. I've probably done this wrong, but let's switch. Nothing happens. Maybe it has something to do with the insect specimens. Maybe it does. No. There we go. Will you take the wind crest? Yes. I forgot what was in there, but now I remember. Yes, Afro, it is true. It definitely is. It's massive. There is Afro, yeah. Wouldn't be a horror game without a sewer. But yeah, there definitely is a sewer. Forrest has given up the ghost. Looks like he's been dead for a while. He sure has been. Which means he's gonna come back as a zombie. Shit, didn't realize I was on danger. Afro, you remember some stuff from back in the day. Chop his head off just in case. Exactly. Need to be safe that way. Grenade launcher? Hell yeah. Oh, almost forgot this. That's right, Afro. Grenades in close quarters. Good thing in this game there's no splash damage. Whoops. Just wanted to use a bullet so I could fit the mask. Afro, so you remember from the movies there's a big secret lab under this mansion. Does the T-virus supposed to be a cure for the doctor's daughter thing also in the games, or was it a plot just for the movies? Yeah, so like in the first Resident Evil movie, there is a laboratory underneath the mansion. But in that movie, it's a completely different mansion to this one in the original game and the remake of this original. But yeah, that whole plot was actually added for the movies as well, with the cure for the doctor's thing. Because in the movies, the T-virus is treated like the be-all and end-all of all the viruses, when in fact it's not actually the only virus in the lore of the series. There's actually more advanced forms of the T-virus that are called different things, like the G-virus, for example, that are way more, potent than the T-virus. But the movies just wanted to focus on the T-virus only. Afro, so what's the story here? What happened? What is this virus? What's it for? So, I can't really remember what it was actually for. I want to say it was just to be able to have a way for people to regenerate or something. Dead tissue, so that they can essentially be immortal. But maybe I'm mixing that up with something else by now. But whatever they were working on, the reason they were doing the whole thing with the virus, whatever that reason was, there is an outbreak in the lab, just like in the movie version. And then not only do the people get infected, but also certain animals in the mansion get infected as well by the T-virus. Yeah, it really is crooked. Yeah, it's very relaxing music. At the same time, it has a little bit of a haunting aspect to it. Crocker, you didn't even play the game, but you still sampled it a couple of years ago. That's awesome, dude. That you enjoyed it enough to do that, you know. That's the other thing about the Resident Evil series. Definitely has some great music in it too. Hey there, Spectrum. Thank you so much for cheering the 50 bits. Thank you very, very much for that. Welcome to you. I hope things are going well. Not too bad, Spectrum. That's excellent to hear. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm going really, really good, thank you. I had a good weekend. Here we go. The final mask that we need. The death mask without eyes. Oh, Spectrum, you're being literal again. Not too bad means a little bad. Oh, that really sucks that you're a little bad, Spectrum. You don't know why, but those doors surrounded in darkness, opening up to more darkness, are disturbing to you. Yeah, those loading screen doors. Very iconic part of the earlier Resident Evil games. I don't know if it's Twitch again being an arse or is the European connections under something. Not too sure myself what's been happening with it. There's a switch. Press it. There's something here. Will you take the stone and metal object? Yes, we will. Stone and metal object. It's nothing unusual. Spectre and Twitch kicked you out for a good 24 hours, just got back in last night. Really? That's weird. Wonder why that happened. You tried to connect Nightbot to Twitch, didn't work, and was sent to reset your password, but you kept getting errors doing that? Oh, that would have been eternally frustrating to have that happen. It's annoying when that happens. Especially for it to take that long as well, like 24 hours. You finally had to open Twitch via Microsoft Edge, won't open with Chrome anymore? Huh. But remember, in this game, unlike the original, aiming at the zombie's head with a shotgun does not always guarantee a headshot. There's something written in the indentation. The defiler of the accursed coffin. No, doggy, I don't have any treats for you. Now piss off. Well, it'll open with Chrome, but won't let you log in.
This is Brad. If you can hear me, just give me a sign. Anything.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Shit. It's broken.
It seems to be some kind of signpost. Each direction is accompanied by a corresponding destination. North, Valley of Destruction. South, Cave of Hatred. East, Summit of Madness. West, Path of Revenge.
Somebody respawn! Over!
Barry?
Monster! James! Gun! Ineffective! It's it! Stay away!
The gate will open when the guard dog's desires are fulfilled. A statue with blue eyes. The inscription reads, "The last gasps of destruction." A statue with red eyes. The inscription reads, "The war cry of revenge." There's a switch here. Press it. There's a switch here. Press it. There's something written in this indentation. When the wind sweeps across the earth, stars will shine in the heavens. Oh shit! I put that away. I have to grab that at the next item box. Hey there, Rosie, welcome. This doesn't look very remakey for a remake. There wasn't much of a difference between the release of the original and this remake in terms of years. The original was 1996, this was 2002 originally. And they kept the same style with the fixed camera angles that the original had. And they kept the same concept of having Jill and Chris as two playable characters. But they very much changed, aside from the graphics, they very much changed the story. They added an extra plot to the story that wasn't in the original. They also changed a lot of the puzzles, so they weren't exactly the same like they were in the original as well. So there definitely is a massive difference between the original and the remake, though. Originally, the remake was done on the GameCube. Oop. A family picture. There's a journal left by someone. 19. Daddy attached first, mom attached second. Inside red and slimy, white and hard. Not true, mom, where? Dunno, dad, found mum again. When attached mommy, she moved no more, she's screaming. Why? Just want to be with her. 4. Mom, where? I miss you. Oh, did you, Spectrum? Oh, really? That's awesome that you're very close to that, Spectrum. Yeah, I can definitely understand why that would be very frustrating. from here. You've got a good view of the entrance of the cabin. Code in with another browser. The stream is loading every minute or so, so it is Twitch an issue again. Oh, damn, Code. I hate when that kind of stuff goes on. Yeah, Fro. Yeah, so in the remake of 1, as well as 2 and 3 actually, you save on typewriters. Then in Resident Evil 7 you record on tape recorders. Crests are fitted. Take the moon crest. Take the star crest. Take the sun crest. Annoying crows infected with the T-virus. Examine the button, we press it. Yep. Base is protruded into the shape of a cross. There's a button. There are 2 projecting lines. There's a button. There are 3 projecting lines. Ah, you damn piece of shit. There's something carved into the indentation. 2 vertical lines across and 3 horizontal lines. Could it be some kind of symbol? Indeed. This was a nice twist on the original puzzle. So for those who hadn't played the original, in the original these crests were originally what you had to do to open that door that was before this area. But in the remake, they decided to include the crests, but use them in a very different way, and create something else that you use to unlock the same door that you would unlock in the original using all these crests. A gun has been placed neatly inside. It sure has. Will you take the Magnum revolver? You bet your ass I will. There's nothing else. looking at some things that you save on in the Resident Evil series, saving on the typewriter. In Silent Hill, the first Silent Hill, the main character Harry Mason, when you want to save, there's actually notepads, and Harry himself is a writer, so that's why they have notepads, and that's what you use to save in Silent Hill 1. But what's cool though is that in Silent Hill 3, when you visit as Harry's daughter, you can actually read what he wrote on those notepads. So I like how they use that. But yeah, in the original Resident Evil and the remake, you save on typewriters, whereas in the original Silent Hill, you save on notepads. So it's interesting, this idea of using archaic, well, what we consider now to be archaic forms of jotting down information, a typewriter and a notepad. Whereas obviously typewriters now have been replaced well and truly by keyboards on a computer for a very long time, and notepads are now basically, you know, on your mobile phone and stuff like that. Will you take the crank? Yes. The end is shaped like a square. Spectrum, you have an antique manual typewriter for decoration, but you still use notepads every day, mostly for jotting down coordinates in Minecraft. Oh, that is so cool that you still have something like that there as well. Even if it is just for decoration, that's cool to have in your possession. I remember the first time I used a typewriter. I remember writing a lot of, you know, stories on it, because I was only a kid. I was probably like 9 years old or something. But that's a good idea as well, to have that. And like I have a, I don't use like physical notepads, but I have a lot of information for games and stuff that I play and all that on Notepad. And there we go, there's Lisa Trevor, who wasn't in the original game, but they have a tragic story with her and what happened. Spectrum, remember taking typewriting in school, but they were electric. This was around 4th grade, you think? Oh yeah, so electric ones. Yeah, it's interesting how technology like that, up until a certain point, it's still used, but also people are still aware of it. But it's funny that the longer the time goes on, other people come through who have no idea about it. So when they see it, to them it's as ancient as to us who, you know, grew up when we knew about that stuff being in existence. It's as ancient to them as, like, papyrus scrolls would be, you know, as ancient, if you get my meaning. And the thing about it is, like, it's very easy to forget that not every single generation that comes through for the rest of all humanity is going to know about every single thing that came, you know, 50, 60, 70, 100 years before. You know, and then we're going to get to a point where things that now are considered to be highly advanced will be considered inferior. Just the way that things go. Spectrum, in your senior years as high school, you still had electric typewriter in clerical class. Those had tiny screens where you could edit one line of text. That's cool. That same year you took a computer class, you think they were Texas Instruments, way before the days of Windows. You also took a shorthand class. Yeah, those things too, like, the skills that you learned for those, when you look at the technology that replaced it, is still very relevant. You know, and forms the basis and the basics of things. It's like with video games. You think of games that have running and jumping in them. The very basics of those games are still the same basics that Super Mario in the 1980s actually had on the NES. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter how long it's been since something originally came out. There's always going to be basic elements from it still being used in things. Oh, it's not necessary now, is it? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not standing in the right position, the right pixel, at the right time of the tide, and the planets haven't been aligned properly enough. Spectrum, you wonder if anybody uses shorthand anymore? Not too sure, to be honest. Hey there, Zereth. It's a bit hard to do Arnie's impression and say one word and say it like Nemesis, but I'll give it a shot. Stars. That's the best I can do. It's pretty hard to do all three. You can hear the sound of a waterfall in the distance. Because Nemesis is kind of like, stars, when he says it. So it's a bit hard to do that as Arnie. Star. Yeah, I can't even whisper as Arnie. Like maybe, hello there. Yeah, it's just very hard. That's a good way to put it, actually, Zereth. Sounds like someone trying to strangle Arnie. Finally made it to the second house. It's so funny, you know, you think about Resident Evil 7, and there were a lot of criticisms that it doesn't feel like a Resident Evil game. When in fact, the only thing that's different is the fact that it's first-person view, really, when you think about it. You still have an inventory, you still have, like, a second house that you visit. You still have a final boss fight where you're fighting this, you know, monstrous creature, and someone off screen throws you a weapon to actually use against it, which happens in the original Resident Evil. You know, so there's a lot of stuff in Resident Evil 7 that actually is very Resident Evil like. It's just that some people refuse to accept it as a Resident Evil game simply due to the first-person view of it. But it's just a different perspective, but also a different character perspective. We are playing as characters in the other Resident Evil games who know about zombies, they know about the virus, they know what's going on. In the original, of course, not straight away, but eventually they do. Whereas in Resident Evil 7, you're playing as someone who has absolutely zero knowledge. It's like getting someone off the street and putting them into the situation, who would have no idea about the zombies and the viruses and Umbrella and all that kind of stuff. Maybe they know a little bit about Umbrella, but they don't know the ins and outs and don't have personal experience, you know. So that's why I feel like it's a bit unfair to call Resident Evil 7 not a Resident Evil game, because as much as it does change things, like obviously you're playing as a new character who is just a regular person, plus it's a first-person view, it's very much structured like a Resident Evil game, and it's not until you get to the bowels of the like system, you know, where you find out the true nature of what's going on. So Resident Evil 7 is very much structured like a Resident Evil game. It's just that there's a different camera angle. If you were to remake the game with the third-person view, then not much would really sort of like change about it, except the fact that you're third-person view as well. But all that aside, if someone doesn't like Resident Evil 7, that's completely fine. You know, just because something can be explained logically as to why it's such a, you know, as to why it's one thing, doesn't necessarily mean that everyone has to like it, obviously. But that's how I sort of view Resident Evil 7. Initially, when the trailer came out, I thought, oh, what are they doing? They're turning Resident Evil into like a monster of the week kind of thing. Like, in one Resident Evil game it'll be vampires, then in the next it'll be werewolves, then the next it'll be mummies. You know, I thought they were going to do that. Now, obviously, Resident Evil Village does have a little bit of the werewolf thing, obviously, and the vampire thing, but they disguise it as it's a virus causing these things. You know, I hope they don't keep doing that as Resident Evil goes on. I hope that in Resident Evil 9 they go away from having to try and have a different kind of monster visually, but just have it, oh, but it's a virus causing it, you know. So vampires, it's a virus. Werewolves, it's a virus. You know, I don't want them to do like mummies in Resident Evil 9, just say, oh, it's just a virus that makes people look like mummies and shrivels up their skin and stiffens them up so that they walk like a zombie, but they're a mummy, you know. I hope they don't keep going with that kind of thing. But, I mean literal vampires and literal werewolves. I was expecting them to start to do that kind of thing. And I thought that Resident Evil 7 was just going to be you dealing with a bunch of human psychopaths and nothing more. You know, but I was very pleasantly surprised that it was definitely more than what it was shown on the surface to be. And then I really enjoyed it, you know, because I hadn't played it before that realization. But when I finally played it and saw people play it, I was like, nah, this is not what I was expecting it to be, which is good. So I'm glad they didn't go with that direction. But in Resident Evil 8, at face value, if you didn't know anything about the series, you might think, oh, it's a vampire and werewolf game. But they explain it as, you know, it's just the virus making them look this way and act this way. You know, that kind of stuff. Lightus, Rod, hold up. I love you, brother. Thank you for streaming, man. Lycans, I think. Ferrovirus. The P-Virus. That is absolutely no worries, Lightus. Thank you so much for being part of the community. I really appreciate it, dude. And that's true, lichens. Yeah, you know, lycanthropes and stuff like that. So they have, you know, they've wanted to do different monsters, but they still put it in the context of it's a virus causing these things, which I guess is okay. But I think they need to move away from that now. I think we've had enough of that. So I don't know what they should do in the next Resident Evil, but I think scale things back a little bit would probably be good. Instead of trying to do these big, grandiose spectacles of Resident Evil games with all these sort of like big boss encounters and all that kind of stuff. I think they should scale it back a little bit. Make the story a bit more... what's the word I'm looking for? Not standard, a bit more subdued in a way than what it was. Because Resident Evil 7 was great because it had the survival horror, the suspense thing. Resident Evil 8 has that, but it also has the Resident Evil 6 balls to the wall action kind of thing as well going on for it. But I think a return to a smaller scale for Resident Evil 9 would actually be good. And actually give us characters that are legacy characters as well. You know, like have them involved. Like Resident Evil Village skips ahead at the end to a certain time. So there's probably room within that to do more stories, but I don't know what they're going to do with Resident Evil 9. If they're going to continue on from the time jump in Resident Evil Village, or if they're going to continue on from when Ethan dies, you know, and then go from there. Just who knows what they're going to do. But that is funny, Lidus, the Pharaoh virus. Make you walk like a pharaoh.
I knew about zombies. After all, Batman was always trying to find a brain. What an idiot.
I just had this image of Batman like Scarecrow in Wizard of Oz. If only I had a brain. Lidus, God, you would sound immature if you type it PP. Yeah, it just turns you into Wii and you go around. Turns you into a Nintendo Wii. Zereth, Resident Evil Village was Lycan's that game. That's true, it was, yeah. Or are you trying to make a pun? Sorry. You was Lycan that game. Nice. I just got it. Will you take the red book? Yes. Zero. Spoiler, Resident Evil Village was a reason Umbrella took the route they did. Part of the idea came from Miranda and her work. Yeah, it's kind of interesting making an event happen way earlier than what the previous games had gone back to, you know what I mean? And then saying, before all of that even, there was something else that was the source of things. Some billiard balls. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There doesn't seem to be anything significant about the order, but an orange oil lamp is not lit. Exactly. Oh. Hey, giant spider. That's the size of spiders in Australia. Pick up. Thank you. The days when you didn't need a prompt on screen for the game to know that you were pressing the right button to interact with something. I miss those days in games. Instead, now it's like, oh, you already know which button opens the door, and you're standing right in front of it. Oh, sorry, you haven't moved the camera in a little bit of a different direction to get the prompt on screen for the game to know that you pressing the right button is actually happening. We can't program it possibly so that as long as you're near the door at all, pressing the door button, the button to open the door will open the door. We can't program it like that. You crazy? That would take years to program it like that. Can't possibly have that in video games. It's a book with a red cover. It's a book with a red cover, and nothing is printed on any of the pages. Is there a special way to use it? There is indeed.
No, that wasn't part of our deal. But it's not necessary to destroy stars. What about my family? If I play my cards right. Jill.
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
Talking to yourself? You all right? What's gotten into you?
I'm getting you worried, aren't I? But don't, I'm alright. I guess this creepy mansion has gotten to my nerves. Anyway, I think I'll go outside, get some fresh air for a change. Don't worry, I'm just going to get some fresh air. If I'm lucky, I'll get to waste some monsters along the way.
Plan 42 report. 4 days have passed since the accident. The planet Point 42 is growing at an amazing rate. Although there are many unknown aspects about this plant, we know that in comparison with the other group of plants, the T-virus has had a substantially stronger effect on this one. The T-virus has drastically morphed its host's anatomy as well as its size. Looking at its current state, it's difficult to imagine its original appearance. Nowhere on Earth will you find anything like it. We have also found that Plant 42 has two main sources of acquiring its necessary nutrients. One source is through its root. Somehow it has rooted itself down into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and destroyed the aqua ring. Ever since, the basement has been like a pool. There is a high possibility that it's one of the chemicals in the water that's promoting the Plant 42's rapid growth. However, we have yet to determine the specific chemical. A bulb-like body of the Plant 42 has been sighted hanging from the ceiling of the first floor. We are sure that it used the air ducts to reach the first floor. Numerous long tentacle-like vines are protruding from the bulb. We believe the vines are the second means of acquiring its nutrients. When the Plant 42 senses prey, it uses the tentacle-like vines to capture its prey. After doing so, suckers on the vine drain the prey of its blood. We've also noticed that it has some intelligence. When it captures its prey or when it's inactive, the vines twine around the door to stop possible intruders. Unfortunately, several of our scientists have already fallen victim to this Plant 42. When we heard the stories from the survivors, they all observed one thing in common. When the uniform petal-like flaps open and reveals its vital internals, it has a tendency to become more aggressive. One witness reported that it was as if it was trying to protect itself. Why it behaves the way it does is still unknown. May 21, 1998, Henry Sutton. Henry Sutton the Floor. That's his full name. So before I save it next, I want to do all this stuff so that if I die, when I reload that save, at least I don't have to redo all this again. I like this rendition of this music. I do prefer the original because it's a bit more faster paced than this, but they're both still really, really creepy and one of my favourite bits of music in this game. Residence key. Numbers 001 is imprinted on it. Suicide note. June 22, 98. I had to do it. We ran from those things, helping each other to survive. But Robert started to show the symptoms. I had to do it. Those damn things are pure evil. There was no other way. He would have done the same if it were the other way around. After I put him out of his misery, I had to just leave him in the bathroom. Now I'm probably the last one. How could this happen? I'll never forgive myself for being part of this project. Eventually, I'll get what's coming to me, though. There's no way to escape from this nut house. It's just a matter of time now. Everything is set. All I need is a little courage to get it done. Knowing that I'll leave many things undone is regret beyond words. But this is better than just waiting to turn into one of them. Please understand and at least let me end my life as a person. There's a message on the back. Linda, please forgive me. Control room key. It's a key for entering the control room. Alright, I'm going to go and take a break. I'm glad that this music still plays when in this screen. So I'm going to go and take a break. It'll probably be 10 to 15 minutes long, and when I come back we'll continue on. So I'll leave it on this screen, and I'll put this message pinned up the top for those who might come into chat when I'm on my break. So I will be back after my break. Alrighty then. Back from my break. Thanks for the welcome back, Lidus. So now if I die, at least I don't have to redo moving these crates. Patsenhauer, thank you so much for the follow. Zereth, Jules falls off a cliff. Wait, wrong character and wrong game. So which game is that, Zereth? Coming up, we have Neptune. Oh, I see what you mean now, Zereth. Yeah, when I go into photo mode, making Arthur run and jump off a cliff and then pausing and going to photo mode before he crashes to have that as the break screen. And then when I come back off my break, just let him go and die. Yeah. Now I know what you're referring to.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety. Reaching 30% of pressure threshold. Reaching 50% of pressure threshold. Activate emergency drainage system immediately. Reaching 70% of pressure threshold. Reaching 90% of pressure threshold.
Calm down, Freddy Krueger. Corpse with a contorted expression of pain on his face. He's holding something. Yes, we'll take the insecticide spray. I like the detail that they did on that poor guy's face and everything. Plus the expression, the way the lips are, and the way the you can see his teeth a little bit. The shelf is lined with red books. There's one white book sandwiched in between them. Organic Chemistry Lab Experiment. The similarities in the cellular characteristics of the rapidly growing plant infected by the tyrant virus have been reported in previous papers. However, while repeating these experiments, an interesting new fact became clear. We learned that a chemical in the UMB family, UMB number 20, contains a compound that is toxic to the cells of the plant. We have given UMB number 20 a new name, V-Jolt. If calculations prove correct, when V-Jolt is applied directly to the root of the plant, the entire plant should be dead within 5 seconds. The V-Jolt can be made by simply mixing the VP and UMB chemicals in a specific ratio. However, extra care must be taken while handling these UMB chemicals. They have been known to generate toxic gases if mishandled. The characteristics of each UMB chemical are as follows. UMB number 3 red, yellow 6 yellow, UMB number 7 green, UMB number 10 orange, VP 017 blue, and V-Jolt is dark brown. The bindings of the books seem to form some kind of pattern. Reorder the books? Yes. A strange silhouette hovers in the reddish light. Could it have some kind of meaning? Yes. The earth chews on a zombie. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do that. So if you're a cannibal and you eat a zombie's flesh, I'm sure you'll probably turn into one too. Come to think of it. Zereth, but you got hungry. I'd rather go hungry. Welcome back, Shin. Welcome back temporarily. playing Mass Effect 1 Legendary Edition almost at 11 hours. That's a good chunk of time. So what are you up to in the game? There's something written on the wall. One plus 3 is 4. 4 plus 6 is 10. 1 plus 6 is 7. 10 plus 7 is 17. 17 plus 3 is 20. Shin, you're trying to do all the collections. You do have all of the companions. Oh, cool. So what are you doing in terms of like your character? Like you playing them Paragon, Renegade in between? Ta-da! Now we have V-Jolt. Shin, Paragon. You always go Paragon and Mass Effect and Dark Side in Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, do you? Oh yeah, that's all good. It's cool to have like a tradition. Shin, you're trying to decide which RPG to play next after you finish Mass Effect Legendary Edition. You're looking at Elder Scrolls 4 and Fallout 4. Go with which one comes first in the alphabet. E. Elder Scrolls 4. You probably don't need the bottle anymore. Throw it away? Yes. Throw it away, throw it away, throw it away now. Looks like the control system for the water tank, but it's broken and can't be used. Shin, you're also looking at a couple of JRPGs like Fairy Tail and Persona 4 Golden. I'm sure you'll figure out what you want to play next. I would have liked to see a game based on one of the Alien movies done in Resident Evil style, fixed camera angles. Because there's actually some similarities as well that Resident Evil has with at least Alien 1 and the sequel Aliens. The idea that in both you have a self-destruct sequence that's been activated and the character who's left has to escape before it all blows up. Then in Resident Evil 2 you have Claire and Sherry, who aren't related, but they form a mother and daughter-like bond with each other. And in Aliens, Sigourney Weaver's character Ripley also finds a little girl, and while they're not actually related, Ripley becomes like a mother to Newt. So you have that aspect going on as well. Plus in Aliens there's also a scene where the main characters has to escape before everything blows up. I mean, in Aliens you have Newt being captured by the alien and put into a cocoon, and then you have Sherry being captured by William Birkin and being infected with the T-virus. That's also a similarity between Aliens and Resident Evil 2. Hey there, Cynical, welcome. That music isn't creepy at all. That's the music you can get to sleep easily by. I know I would. Shin, you still have Mass Effect 2 and 3 to get through, so you have enough time to make a choice. The next game based on the movie you're looking at is RoboCop Rogue City. Well, that's definitely understandable too, Shin, to get through those. Give you a bit of time to decide. But yeah, that RoboCop game, it looks interesting. But the only experience I have with the people who made it is seeing what they did with Rambo, the video game, and it looked really shit, so I don't really have much faith. But we'll see. Alright, I don't want to take any chances with dying after doing all that, so I'm going to save again. Cynical, what's up, man? Just enjoying some Resident Evil 1 Remake. The last time I played this was 2 years ago, so it's good to replay it again. Hey there, Lucinda, good morning to you. It's going good, Lucinda, thanks. Just about to face off against Plant 42. Cynical, the save room music is always your favourite, makes you feel safe. Yeah, I mean the thing about that particular version is that it has a very beautiful but also haunting sound to it. And I like to think of it as signifying that while you are in a safe area right now, there's also still that threat of something from outside, and that little bit of music where it's a bit sinister still and haunting is representing that. That's how I like to think of that music. Shin, you're not expecting an awesome video game, you're only getting it because you like Robocop. That's understandable, Shin. I mean, I would like it to be a decent game based on Robocop, but given their track record with Robocop, with Rambo, and I heard the Terminator's better, but it still looks low budget to me. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but sometimes low budget games are, you know, terrible. So I don't know, there's just a certain aesthetic. I really wish characters like that were given the AAA treatment by big companies instead. Hey Matthew, welcome on in. You got the Resident Evil 1 Director's Cut for PS1, did you? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's interesting, that version. I didn't really like the music that they added for it. I prefer the music in the 1996 original Resident Evil. Listen to R42, did you do the science puzzle? I sure did. Yep, got that done. Cynical, yeah, the flute effect gives it that spooky feeling. At least you think it's a flute. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know myself, to be honest, what type of instrument, but it definitely has that spooky effect.
What the hell is this thing?
Barry!
Jill!
I thought it was finished.
Yeah.
That was close. Thanks again.
Don't mention it. But what was that? What the hell's going on in this place?
Cynical, there you go, Barry. Zereth, psst, there's a creature there. Cynical, you would have shot first, then asked questions, but whatever. That's true. He comes in prepared with the flamethrower too, so he knew that something was in there that was going to be at least bigger than a zombie. Yet was just first like, you know, what is this? Thank you, Jonas. GG, real hard fight. Yeah, I forget what happens if you don't do the V-Jolt thing to it first. I can't remember if Barry doesn't come in and save you then, if you don't do the V-Jolt. I know that as Chris, you still have to fight it. Although maybe you don't have to fight it. Maybe there's a way to not fight him as Chris, fight it as Chris too, but... There's an engraving of a helmet. Helmet. That's right, it's in the original, there's actually ammo there, I think. In the original Resident Evil. Sometimes when I'm playing this remake, glimmers of the original come into my mind for where things are, and then I'm like, oh shit, that's right, Rod, they changed it up in the remake.
Barry.
Something about that mansion still bothers me. But I think I'll stay here a little longer. We should split up again and investigate.
All right.
Yeah, because splitting up has resulted in great results so far. Cynical, oh my god, what is that thing? Then gets grabbed. Exactly. Instead of being like, holy shit, and then start shooting. There we go. Didn't even need the grenade launcher because I was thinking Chris's campaign, see? Hey there, Dracula. I've been going really good. How about you?
Wesker.
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say.
I apologize. It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
I understand. Anyway, it's good that you're safe.
Did you notice? Barry, he sounded a little flaky.
Now that you mention it, yeah. I'll keep a close eye.
Maybe it's quite natural under these circumstances. It's not really our standard operation. Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
I agree.
There are still rooms in that mansion we can't get into because they're locked up. I've been looking for ways to...
Okay, if there's anything, I'll go back to the other mansion.
I'm counting on you.
Cynical, really? Something about a mansion full of bioengineered monsters bothers you? Ah, it's just like a walk in the park. There's nothing wrong with a mansion full of bioengineered monsters. Dracula, you're bored, laughing fucking ass off. You technically don't have work for a long time, also getting tired of buying stuff. Oh, that's fair enough, Dracula. Yeah, well hopefully when you get to work again, that'll relieve your boredom. Cynical, Resident Evil always had bad dialogue. That's true. That's part of its charm though. Like the original Resident Evil was originally supposed to be a remake of an NES game that Capcom had done, which itself was actually based off of a horror movie. So it has kind of like B-grade horror movie DNA in it right from the beginning. And I think the dialogue and how it's delivered really suits that kind of thing. And if you watch a movie like the original Night of the Living Dead, it has very, like the dialogue's great and all that, but some of the performances you might also say is like Resident Evil's performances. But I think it actually works in Resident Evil's favour to have that style of bad dialogue, because it really fits the whole B-grade horror movie aspect. Cynical, wait, doesn't Resident Evil 4 come out next month? It does, Cynical, yeah. I mean, the date that I've got for it, that it says it's coming out, It's the 24th, I think, of March. But I don't know if that'll be different here in Australia or not. Dracucola, no, like you can work, you just don't have to. Just having an okay time doing nothing, lol. Oh, I see. Well, that's fair enough, Dracucola. Cynical, yeah, you're right. It does give it personality. Yeah, I can definitely understand, though, why a lot of people would laugh at it and think it's terrible in the sense of not so bad it's good, but terrible as in, why the fuck, you know, did they have it like this? But I like how this remake does improve some of the dialogue, but it also still retains a bit of that B-grade aspect of it with the line delivery. Brad.
This is Brad. Come in, Stars Alpha Team. Come in.
This is Jill.
Does anybody hear me?
I hear you, Brad. Over.
Stars Alpha Team. Bravo Team. It doesn't matter. Respond. I repeat, this is Brad.
Brad? Brad!
This is Brad. If you can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Brad! Shit. It's broken.
Then Brad's like, I can hear... I heard you the first time, Jill. I was just messing with you. Jill's like, fuck you. Give him a sign, lady. Maybe Jill should yell on top of the roof of the mansion and be like, Brad, get your fucking ass here with the chopper now. Oh, fuck. I forgot to get the crank out of the friggin' storage box. Shit. Down we go. Yeah, puppies. They're the kind that are really, 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 really friendly. They're very physical. All they want is hugs. And to rip your throat out, but also hugs. Cynical, they're so adorable with decaying flesh all over them. Oh yeah. It's a special breed. Listen, you hate when dogs jump all over you. Yeah, especially these ones. Good old zombie dogs. Yeah, there was something I was forgetting. Crank would help. Whenever there's like things in this game where it takes a lot of, you know, pushing things around and all that kind of stuff, I like to get that done first and then save, because then if I die I don't have to redo all the pushing of the crates and all that type of stuff again. But sometimes it can mess you up because you'll die at a later point not having saved. And you think to yourself, damn it, I should have saved. Funny, there was two big things Resident Evil wise that came out in 2002. You have this game, and then you have the first movie that they did. Which, the Resident Evil movies are all crap, really, when you think about them. But amongst the crap, I think the first one is still the best one. And one of the reasons I think it's the best one is because it doesn't have any of the characters from the games in it. Which I think was a plus. But then in the sequel, they decide to bring in characters from the games, and they make them wear the clothes that they wear in one of the games, but they don't give them the same personality. So you get Jill, who wears the outfit that she wears in Resident Evil 3, except she's an arsehole to everyone, and basically acts like her shit don't stink, which is not how I remember the character in the games. So the movies bring the characters in from the games, make them look similar, but then they give them completely different personalities. They don't even reference any of the backstory stuff. So, like in Resident Evil Extinction, Claire never once mentions Chris. Never mentions what happened to her in regards to how she got involved in all this mess. So it's like ridiculous. And then Nemesis at the end of the second movie becomes an ally to Alice, simply because Alice knew the guy that Nemesis was when he was still human, who was the character in the first movie, who gets infected by the liquor, and then the scientists at the end are like, I want him in the Nemesis program. So she connects with Nemesis through the eyes, and Nemesis is like, I be good now, kind of thing, and actually helps. It's like all over the fucking place. Cynical and Butcher, the characters, a chain-smoking asshole. Exactly, that's what they turn Jill into. A chain-smoking asshole. But then they do further disservice to the character by making her inferior to the new character that was made for the movies, Alice. By upstaging Jill as well. So yeah, it's just all over the place. Listen, how do you feel they did Jill's personality in Resident Evil 3 Remake? I actually like it. I remember someone saying that they didn't like the fact that she acted like an asshole towards Carlos, who was flirting with her. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm sure every woman on the planet likes any man flirting with her. I'm sure that every single man on the entire planet who's flirted with a woman has always gotten a positive response every single time since the dawn of humanity. Yeah, and I'm a billionaire. So I don't actually mind, the fact that she's a bit offish, like she doesn't warm up to Carlos straight away. I don't mind that aspect, But I do like how it actually ends up being the way it was in the original, where they do become allies and, Jill does actually trust him, etc. It was cynical, yep. It's just like all over the place. Completely ridiculous. So no, wait, you're not a billionaire? I wish. It's like, I'm just going to buy Ubisoft. Just straight up. Be like, yep, I'm buying Ubisoft now. Thank you. This is what we're going to do. We're going to stop trying to make 10 games every year. And actually focus on a key few games. We'll do a smaller scaled Far Cry for fans of the series to still be able to enjoy. But we'll also do an Assassin's Creed game every 3 to 4 years. Do the Remedy Entertainment or Rockstar approach where we take a few years for each title. I know people will be like, but where's my Assassin's Creed every year or 2 years or 3 years? I'll be like, well, do you want shitty Assassin's Creed games every 1 or 2 years, or do you want masterpiece Assassin's Creed games every 4 to 5 years? But I think they've done enough Far Cry stuff for a little bit. I mean, it seems like every year almost they have a new Far Cry coming out. Cynical, you spend the entire game shooting and blowing up Nemesis, but in the movie he died that easily, come on. Oh yeah, exactly. That's the thing too. It's like in Resident Evil, the final chapter, when Wesker gets killed because his foot gets caught in a door or something. It's like, what? That'd be like if the T-1000 in Terminator 2 died because John Connor tickled him. It's like not happening. Listen, the road will make sure the AC series remains true to its origins. Yeah, none of this fantasy God of War stuff. Like, we've had enough of that. No more main character having an eagle or a raven or a pigeon companion. Like, just do a straight up traditional but with highly advanced parkour mechanics. Simple but effective story that's laser focused. Not a 500-hour game with 10 million collectibles. No grinding for XP. Zereth, but how will we find the pieces of Eden? With a piece of Eden detector. Abstergo's new piece of Eden detector. Having trouble finding that piece of Eden for your loved one? The one that likes to control you all the time? Well, if you get this piece of Eden using our piece of Eden detector, you'll be able to control them instead. Cynical, his foot got caught in the door. You forgot that movie completely. I think so. I think that's what happened to Wesker for him to die in that 6th Resident Evil movie. His foot got stuck in a door. Or something like that. Maybe they were trying to be philosophical and were like, well, Wesker in a way was Achilles, and so we wanted to give him an Achilles heel, so we made sure that his heel got caught in a door, and that was his weakness that killed him. Hey there, Cody. How's things going? Oh, that's excellent, Cody. Glad to hear that you're going good. I'm going really, really well. Had a good weekend. Oh yeah, Cody, they're a pain in the ass, the hunters. I hate when they get the friggin' where they behead you. I think I've got enough health items in the item box inventory. Cynical, you were right, Rod. You just watched the scene on YouTube. Cheesy way to kill off a great character. Damn. Yeah, because I could remember I watched a review of it one time, and that's what they said, and I was like, what? It's like getting killed by a door. Jeez. The great Albert Wesker gets killed by a door. Like, imagine if that's what happened in Resident Evil 5. Imagine if in Resident Evil 5, Wesker dies because he gets his foot caught in the door of the plane. Oh yeah, definitely recommend people check out Lucinda's channel because she's a great streamer. There's that, but also she's doing her Resident Evil Marathon starting today. What time is it, Lucinda, for you and your time zone? Feel free to put that in chat if you'd like. 'Cause I'm not sure, because it's usually around 2 a.m. my time when you go live, so I don't know what time that is for you. Cynical, his leg got cut off and he bled out. Great Wesker, that's how he died. It's like, what? Shit! You idiot, Rod! Jesus Christ. That was fucking lucky. Whoops. Oh, that's right, it pushes it back. Fucking forgot. Cody, you're stuck in Atomic Heart at the moment, are you really? Oh no. Lucinda, right now it's 6:52 a.m. You'll be starting at 10 a.m. your time. Oh, cool. I didn't push it in far enough the other time, that's why. Duh. Yes, we'll take the book last volume. What can the words on the cover mean? You can't understand. A medal was hidden inside the book. Medal of Eagle. Listen, I've got to boot up the old PS4 today. You're thinking you're going to find a way to place it under your desk or far away from your microphone? The fan is so loud it's embarrassing. It's like grrrr. No. Yeah, I don't blame you for feeling that way about it though, Lucinda. You know. But it can be damn loud, can't it? Because I remember when I borrowed my friend's PS4 that time a few years ago, theirs was really loud as well. But actually was louder with other games than other ones, so I don't know what was happening there. Cody takes you back, big Resident Evil fan. Yeah, it's such a great series. As much as it's had its ups and downs, like any other series, but I think it's still a strong franchise. November. Jesus, Rod. November. There we go. I got it out. November 29, 1967. I can't get out. I've tried every possible way to escape, but only to be faced with the reality that I'm trapped. I've been everywhere. The laboratory with the large glass tubes filled with formaldehyde and those dark, wet and eerie caves. What can I do? At first I didn't want to believe my eyes, but that familiar high-heeled shoe in the corridor. It was like reflex. One name came to my mind. Jessica. I don't want to believe they share the same fate as me. No, I can't give up hope. I have to hope they're alive. November 30, 1967. I haven't had anything to eat or drink for the past few days. I feel like I'm going crazy. Why is this happening to me? Why do I have to die like this? I was too obsessed with designing this ghastly mansion. I should have known better. November 31, 1967. It was a dark and damp underground tunnel, and another dead end, but even in the darkness something caught my eye. Carefully, I lit the last match I had to see what it was. A grave, but deeply engraved into the stone was my name, George Trevor. At that instant, it all became clear to me. Those bastards knew from the beginning that I'd die here, and I fell right into their trap. But it's too late now. I'm losing it. Everything's becoming so far away. Jessica, Lisa, forgive me. Because of my ego, I got both of you involved in this whole damn conspiracy. Forgive me. May God justify my death in exchange for your safety. George Trevor. So, in the original Resident Evil, when you get to this point in the game, there's nothing like this. George Trevor didn't exist until they did this remake. But it's one of those things where they added this whole subplot with the Trevor family into this game, and it completely works with what was there from the original version. So I think they did a great job at incorporating this new story element into the remake. A name is carved into the small gravestone, George Trevor. There's a switch. Cody, you got rid of your PS4 only because you upgraded to the PS5, which is backwards compatible with the PS4. That's definitely a good idea to do as well. You know, there's no point keeping the other one, unless you wanted to keep it for, you know, later on for, you know, memorabilia purposes, but that's definitely understandable. No worries, Cody. I'll see you when you get back. Mail to the Chiefs of Security. Confidential. Attention Chiefs of Security. Date July 22, 1998, 2:13. X Day is drawing upon us. Execute the following procedures within 1 week. Prompt actions are demanded. 1. Lure stars to the estate and obtain BOW's raw combat data against stars. 2. Collect 2 embryos of each mutated specimens as samples, including the Tyrant. Dispose of the Tyrant. 3. Ensure complete disposal of the Arclay laboratory, including all personnel and test animals. Disguise their deaths as an accident. When the above procedures are executed, report to the headquarters for further instructions. If for some reason you are unable to execute the procedure by the deadline, report immediately. In case of emergency situations, report directly to extension number 5691. Good luck. Umbrella Headquarters, Umbrella Incorporated. Hey Cody, welcome back, dude. There's something handwritten. It's not dated. Nothing's changed. I never thought that this room I designed as an experiment would pay off like this. I can hide here safely for a while, because nobody knows about the secret behind this painting. Not even Sir Spencer. Painting of a mansion in the back of the art room. There's some kind of internal organ inside. You cannot tell whether it came from a human or animal. Ink ribbon. No. A jewelry box. There's a round recession approximately 4 centimeters in diameter. Jewelry box opened up. Fucking finally. It's been 2 years since I played this game. Changed into a key. The emblem key. Nothing unusual. Key's designed with an emblem of the Spencer family, whose history is as old as Raccoon City. Lucinda's got some raccoon-themed emotes. I'll just post them in chat. Exactly, Lucinda. Raccoon City, you say? So, Lucinda, feel free to put a link to Dino Pete's things if you like, because I definitely don't mind for sure. What is his link, by the way? Is it just his Twitch channel? Lucinda, he does occasionally show himself working on emotes and art on stream, but he has links to his Instagram, which show his work, and his Ko-Fi page to formally request commissions. Oh, that's awesome that he's got those. It probably is Spectrum, considering it's themed with coffee in mind. Oh no, it's still dogs. Still Cerberus. I thought the hunter had replaced them. Lucinda, his Twitch links is DinoPete87. His profile has links to everything else. Oh, that's awesome, Lucinda. Yeah, so those emotes that Lucinda has, if you're interested in getting some emotes designed, DinoPete87 is the one that Lucinda commissioned for those. I like the falling down one. It's good how it can be used for falling asleep or dying or falling unconscious or... Maybe it's a new dance move called the feint. It's the eye of the tiger, is the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rivals. Will you take the MO disc? Yes, I will. Not many people know this, but back in the day, a good way and a quick way to grow a mustache was to use a Mo disc. They're pretty rare nowadays though. So I've done quite a lot since the last time I saved, so I want to save before I go on ahead and fight Yawn.
Very well, Batman. I didn't know you took the green herb for your health. Perhaps it is a secret to your madness. I'll tell the whole world, Batman.
Oh no, hippie. Beans worked it out. Holy shit. Batman's in for it. Listen to so who's gonna look up Batman behind bars? Yeah, it's like good luck. Harbinger, is that a slime or is it a snake? Okay, it is a snake. That's true. It's the size that we get here in Australia. Will you take the last book, volume 2? I don't know. How many volumes are there to this last book? It's not going to be a thing where it's going to be like, volume 500 of the last book, and then when you finally get to the next book, it's called the last book. Is that what we're going to be doing? A medal was hidden inside the book. Medal of Wolf. The knob is broken. It doesn't look like it'll open. Lucinda, snake down! It's gone! No! Snake! 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 Dun 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 dun. Yeah, Cody, where is he? Just speak in parcel tongue and sort it out. It's so funny how they call the snake Yawn. That's its actual name. Spectrum, you have two poisonous snakes in West Virginia, the eastern copperhead and the timber rattlesnake. Have you ever, come into contact with any of those yourself? I mean, hopefully not in the sense of being bitten by one, but I mean, have you gone to a show that has been displaying them, or? Spectrum, you don't think so? You've seen a couple of snakes while out hiking, have you? Will you take the metal object? Hopefully it's heavy metal. Metal object. There's nothing unusual. An object made from alloy. There's an emblem engraving. Umbrella was behind everything. A collection of thick tomes. They're books on everything from genetics to statecraft to Minecraft. I didn't know that this game predicted Minecraft. This game came out in 2002. There you go. Capcom was psychic. Nah, I'll just leave the shotgun shells there. Don't think I'll take those. Why would I want to take those for? Can't think of any reason why I would. Spectrum, you've had spider bites, but never bitten by a snake. Worse for you, though, are wasp stings. Oh no. So what happens, do you go into anaphylactic shock if you get it stung by a wasp? No, but the area really swells up and is very painful. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, anything like that, and, you know, you just never know sometimes, because you might get bitten by a wasp while walking near a tree that you didn't even realize had a wasp nest. You piece of shit. I hate it when enemies get that little hit in on you just when you're about to enter a door or something like that. Spectrum, if you are allergic, then each sting gets worse and may turn into anaphylactic shock. Ooh. Yeah, that's the thing too, you just can't be too careful. Someone forgot to get the crank, didn't they? Have to go back and get the crank out of the storage box. It's a longer way, but it's probably a safer way if I go this way to get to the save box near the shed where Lisa Trevor is. You get so lost in games like this, Spectrum. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many things with this remake that if you've played the original, changes, and then when you go back and play the original after playing this, you have to get your mind thinking back to the original again and that kind of stuff. So if you've played both versions, you kind of got both versions in your mind, in your subconscious. Sometimes I find myself going to a spot in this remake thinking that that's where I need to go, but that's where you go in the original version. Yeah, this is the remake of Resident Evil 1. The original came out in 1996, and this remake came out in 2002. Yeah, yeah, it looks good for a game from that era. I mean, they also did a remaster, and this is that version as well. I think it was 2014 when they did the remaster. Maybe it was 2016. Oh no, 2015. What's the difference between a remake and a remaster? So a remake is when they do an overhaul with the graphics completely from the ground up, from scratch, not using any of the other source material from the original version. And sometimes they add new music, sometimes they add a new story element. Whereas a remaster is taking an existing game and improving the quality of the sources from what they originally were, but they're still reusing assets from the other version. And it's supposed to be a one-to-one comparison in terms of like the story and where you go and what you do and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Striker, exactly. Yeah, remaster is like a new coat of paint. That's a good way to put it. How's it going, Striker, as well? Welcome in. Alright, this is where I'm going to take another break, because I'd like to actually finish this game as Jill in this stream, and then next week I'll be able to play as Chris, and maybe I'll get through it quicker, because it's been a couple of years since I played this last, and then that way next Monday, if I finish Chris's campaign early enough, I'll be able to make a start on Resident Evil 2 Remake. But in any case, I'll take another break, about 10 minutes, and then when I come back I'll continue on. Alrighty then, back from my break. Thanks for the welcome back, Lucinda, and I absolutely enjoyed my break. Thank you very much.
Is that you, Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Stop! Are you with anybody, Jill?
No, but why?
The stars are finished. Someone is a traitor. Umbrella set us up.
Enrico! Traitor? Who?
It's not me, Jill. I'm not the traitor. Sorry, Hunter. Not interested. Go bother someone else. I like that. I just remembered another connection that Resident Evil has with Tomb Raider. Not only did the original Resident Evil and Tomb Raider come out the same year, but in both games there's a giant boulder. Well, there's more than one giant boulder in both games, but there's at least one giant boulder that tries to crush both characters. Hey there, Zereth. Blep. Yeah, just a small one. It's not that big, really. That was fucking close. Wasn't paying attention for a second there. Hey there, Levy. Hello to you. How's it going? Yeah, just a bit, Cody. Bit of Indiana Jones. Oh, that's excellent. Glad to hear that, Levy. I'm going really, really good, thank you. Had a good weekend. Monday was good. Wah, 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 wah. Levy can finally do your taxes because your work finally decided to send over the yearly breakdown 1 day before deadline. Not your deadline, but you prefer doing it early so you don't have to wait forever. Absolutely understandable. That's ridiculous though that you had to wait until the day before. That's just stupid. Makes you wonder why they do these things, you know. Oh, that's right, because to them it doesn't matter. You know, to them it doesn't, it's not really a concern how long it takes. Because they always do that, yeah. Levy, your last workplace ended the first week of January, and here it's like laughing my ass off deadlines, which is risky for them as a company because they'll get fined as hell if something were to be wrong. Yeah. And then that would hopefully make them think twice about doing that again in the future. A cylinder. A circular metal object with a hole in the center. Symbols are carved in its side. It's the winning lotto numbers. Thanks for redeeming those, Zereth. Okay, I've got those quotes sorted. Thanks, Aerith. Alright, so here's a random horror movie quote. It has been established that persons who have recently died have been returning to life and committing acts of murder. A widespread investigation of funeral homes, morgues, and hospitals has concluded that the unburied dead have been returning to life and seeking human victims. It's hard for us here to be reporting this to you, but it does seem to be a fact. So that's from the original Night of the Living Dead from 1968. Micah reckons there's a rat. Oh, does he? On what evidence? We's only back a minute. Pinkertons show up. We been on the run since you two fools went crazy in Blackwater. We barely escaped with our lives in Saint Denis. Now we've got a rat? Well, Molly clearly talked, but who else? Maybe we pushed things too hard. Maybe time for folks like us has passed. We don't need a rat. We got sloppier than the town drunk, and they know who we are, and where we are, and what we're doing. So that's from Red Dead 2. That's Dutch and Arthur and Micah as well. Whenever there's talk about a rat, you'll find Micah. So that's the quote from Red Dead Redemption 2. And here's an Assassin's Creed character quote. I am no longer young. I must devote my energy to those who struggle for freedom. I will use my conviction in my creed to defend them, alongside anyone who will help me. And that is from Assassin's Creed Black Flag, the Freedom Cry DLC, where you play as Adewale, and that's Adewale himself speaking there in that quote.
It's a me, Mary. Oh, wait. Darling. Wrong franchise, precious.
Thanks for redeeming that too, Zereth. It says Jill is fine under health, but yes, you agree, she is fine. Spectrum, you have to go for now. Have a great day. That's okay, Spectrum. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a really good one. Catch you next time. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well. The elevator's power source. There is a round lid. Open it? Yes. You take the shaft. There we go. And examine. It appears to be some sort of key to start the power supply. Symbols are carved in its side. Oh. Whoops. Series of flashing buttons. Press 1. Yes. Which button will you press? Oh, geez, you're an idiot, Rod. You needed to look at the thing first. Duh. Of course nothing's happening. Now I've got to turn it around again. Listen, you do that every time. It's just so ridiculous. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll just match the things together. Ah, done. There we go. 4, 2, 3, 1. There we go. Magic. Every damn time. 4, 2, 3, 1. It looks like the power has been restored. Woohoo!
Jill!
Barry? Thank God you're safe.
You too, Jill. A noise I heard brought me down here, but I didn't expect to find a place like this. Have any idea as to what might be at the bottom?
There's only one way to find out.
Jill pushes Barry off.
What the hell is that sound? It could be a person. Jill, go check it out. We had enough surprises for one day. I'll stay here and secure our escape route in case something happens.
Okay.
Gee, Barry. You're in a location that is full of monsters, and you're expecting that to be a person. To be fair, even though Lisa is mutated beyond recognition, it still is a human under all that, which makes the story so tragic.
I'll stay and secure our escape route.
Good. Secure it. Barry's like, see ya, chump. Lucinda, well, he secured the escape route already. He sure did. Secured it for himself. Another similarity between Tomb Raider and Resident Evil. Both franchises coming out in the same year, 1996. Characters having to push giant ass boxes around. Garbage compactor. There's a switch. No, don't crush the switch. I want to play that. No, chill. Will you take the broken yoga flame thrower? Yes, I will. There we go. Hey, Mauler. Good day to you as well, dude. Welcome on in. How's your morning so far? Well, so far so good. You're pretty busy at work but pushing through with good coffee. How was the weekend? That's awesome, Mauler. I hope that keeps up for the rest of the day for you. It was good. Yeah, I had a really good weekend. Got a lot of Assassin's Creed stuff done as well, so that was good. The fire has died out, but it shows signs of use. The desk is cluttered with old beat-up dolls and used candles. A huge collection of various kinds of dolls. They're all faded and worn. This looks like a family photo. The mother and daughter seem to be pretty close. You got the stone ring.
My precious! Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry.
A family picture and notes. There's something written on the back. November 10, 1967. Progenitor virus administered. Jessica. Administered virus type A. Plasmalizing of tissue during cell activation. Virus fusion. Negative. Action disposed. So Jessica was the name of Lisa's mother and George's wife. Lisa. Administered virus type B. Plasmalizing of tissue during cell activation. Virus fusion, positive, but delayed fusion. Body modification, observed constant results. Status, continue protective observation. George, action terminated. November 30, 1967. Dominated. There's a journal left by someone. November 14, 1967. I feel dizzy after that shot they gave me. I don't see Mom. Where did they take her? She promised that we would escape together. Did she escape alone and leave me behind? November 15, 1967. I found Mom. We ate together. I was very happy. But she was a fake. Not my real Mom. Same face but different inside. Have to find Mom. Have to give face back to Mother. I got Mom's face back. Nobody can have my Mom except me. I attach her face to me so she doesn't go away. Because Mom's sad when I meet her without her face. November 17, 197. From inside box, scent of mommy. Maybe true mother there. Stone box hard, it hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. In the original Resident Evil, because there's none of this whole thing with George and Jessica and Lisa Trevor, not one mention, nothing at all until this remake. What Umbrella was doing in general was vile, but when you think about what they were actually doing as well, specifically to certain people, it takes them up to another level. Lucinda, you think Lisa could easily knock those stones off? I think so. I think she could, given how easy it is for her to knock the shit out of someone. Or maybe Chris needs to punch boulders. Punch them off. Couple of weathered old barrels containing... They went past too quick for me to read. Containing what looks like water. Looks like water. Wouldn't want to test to see what it actually is. Lucinda, that's it. Chris got assigned to the wrong post. He sure did. What they were thinking, jeez. Supposed to have your team play to their strengths. Wonder what's on the other side of this door. A telemarketer. Don't open it, Jill. There are octagonal indentations to the right and left of the door. Isn't it left and right, not right and left? It's not necessary to use this now. The two emblems fit neatly into the door. Open it? Yes. Okay, so I've done a lot of stuff since the last time I saved. And this can easily go wrong for me. I've had it go wrong in the past. Hey Rod, you need the ink ribbon first. Fucking hell. No, Mauler. No. No, I definitely don't want to do that. Not for this playthrough, anyway. I've done it in the past with the original, before I became a streamer. I played through as Jill and Chris from start to finish without saving. Needless to say, I died quite a lot of times. Lucinda, you heard Bork Basoup called it a stink ribbon yesterday when he was playing a randomizer, since he never saves and hopes it's a different item. Yeah, that would be so frustrating. You don't want the ink ribbon when you're playing a randomizer. It's like, I don't want this thing. It's like when games generally give you items that you're not even interested in. Like, I need ammo for this weapon, but all you're giving me is ammo for the weapon I already have 1,000,000 ammo for. I was saying at the start of this stream that I do need to do a playthrough of this game and get the other endings as well. So I haven't gotten them all.
Jill, you're alive. I was worried, because I thought you were...
Start talking.
Calm down. I didn't want to do it. Believe me, I can explain.
Don't lie to me!
No time to talk. Jill, hand me my gun! Thanks, Jill.
That weird vocal music, I've actually heard it before in the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie End of Days. Gotta be careful too, because she can actually knock you off and you can fall to your death.
I don't believe that thing's really dead. Leave this place up to me, and go on ahead.
Okay.
Barry's got this place covered. Better just hurry on ahead. I like how Jill's not going to be like, so Barry, what was that whole thing about? Trying to kill me. Listen, you like to do everything, so you tend to try to get the good endings, but you've been doing polls for chat to choose what to do. That's awesome to use that for that kind of thing as well. There's been playthroughs of games where I've used that option, put up a poll in chat to see what sort of like choice to make. Cody, you kind of feel sorry for Lisa. I do too, as well, Cody, what they had done, because she's a completely innocent person in all this. Had nothing to do with Umbrella, wasn't in cahoots with them, neither was, her mother, but, I mean, her father was the one that they hired to design all the mansion interior and all that stuff and all the traps and things like that. So, he was complicit in what they were doing, but that doesn't mean that his wife and daughter should have been, punished. So it's quite tragic what happens to Lisa there. Listen, they just pretend Barry didn't just pull a gun on Jill. Exactly. Jill completely forgets. It's just like, oh, that's okay, Barry. I trust you completely now, even though you tried to kill me, but it's all good. Striker, Lisa isn't innocent. She clocked you on the head with steel cuffs and tried to kill you, lol. It's like, what are you doing, Lisa? I know your mind is completely gone from the experiments on you, but do you still need to hit me? I forget. It's only in the original that there's herbs at this door. I'm pretty sure. Gee, Rod, do you think you need to go down the area that you just opened up? Oh, let me think. It's like, Jesus, Rod. Yes, use the elevator. Lucinda, I hate it when that happens. Mauler, Rod, be nice to Rod. Yeah, I shouldn't be so hard on myself. Down the ladder. V-Act. Researchers note. There is now evidence that when the host loses consciousness, the body goes into a dormant state. During this time, the virus becomes active and rapidly transforms and reconstructs the basic composition of the body. The host eventually mutated into a humanoid creature. We call them V-Acts. Its speed and amazing muscular development are particularly noteworthy. After transformation, it becomes more agile and aggressive. Already, 4 of our researchers have died from trying to feed it, turning the place into an instant bloodbath. Ever since this tragic and barbaric accident, we have decided to call its kind Crimson Heads. That dangerous and precious prototype specimen can't be left there. We have to figure out a way to deal with it. Domination is definitely not an option. We finally decided to freeze the specimen and confine the body inside the basement of the backyard cemetery. That's true, Lucinda, yeah. I'm going to go for all the MO discs, at least with Jill's campaign in this playthrough. I think with Chris I might try to go for one of the endings that I haven't gotten, I think. You take the X-ray? No. No. Memo on the message board catches your attention. There's something scrawled on the notepad. To use the electronic door, place the initials in alphabetical order. Researcher's letter. June 8th, 1998. My dearest Ada, by the time you read this letter... my dearest Ada! By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be the person you once knew. The results of my test came out today, and as I suspected, it came out positive. I feel like I'm teetering on the edge of reason just thinking about my impending doom. I would give anything not to have to become one of them. As far as I know, you are not infected. I surely hope things do not reach such a desperate pass, but if it has turned out that you are now the last person remaining alive, I want you to get the material from the visual data room. Then activate the self-destruct system in the power room and escape from here. Please do everything in your power to make this whole accident public. If everything is still running normally, you should be able to release all the locks using the security system. I've set up the terminal in the small security room so that you can log into the system using my name and your name as the password. You will need another password to release the lock of the door in the basement level 2 where the visual data room is located. As a safety measure, I have coded that password into an X-ray picture, a Rowent genogram. I know you, and I'm sure you will be able to work it out without any trouble. Did you know her longer than Leon actually knew her before saying that he knows her and that she wouldn't do something like that? There's just one more thing, and it is my last request. I hope you never have to lay eyes on me in this state, but if you do happen to run into me in another state, then that's okay. My hideous form, I beg you to put me out of my misery. I hope you understand. Thank you, Ada! Yours truly, John. John Ada. Listen to it, it's especially funny to see him say that in a very fast speed run. I could imagine it would be, actually, having him say that. in the original Resident Evil, I don't think this is where the computer's located, which was why I was going in the other corner. Whoops. Now I think this is in the original version. That's right, that's the original version. That's right. Cell. Afro Windows 95, man. Yep. The original Resident Evil came out a year later. Hey there, Cynical. Damn, what's with Twitch and all these extra ads lately? You had to sit through 6 ads just to get back in here. I am absolutely hating that myself. Like, yeah, 1 or 2 ads that are short together, yeah. But when you have like 3, 4, or 5, and they're like almost half a minute each, it's like, what the fuck? Harmager, thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment as Schwarzenegger. Okay, so I've got a scene to do with the Schwarzenegger impression. Even in death, the human body still is active. Hair and fingernails continue to grow. New cells are produced, and the brain itself holds a small electrical charge that takes months to dissipate. The T-virus provides a massive jolt, both to cellular growth and to those trace electrical impulses. Put quite simply, it reanimates the body. It brings the dead back to life? Not fully. The subjects have the simplest of motor functions, perhaps a little memory, but virtually no intelligence. They're driven by the basest of impulses, the most basic of needs, which is the need to feed. That's from the very first Resident Evil movie from 2002. Cynical Barry, get to the chopper. Come on, Barry, hurry up. Get to the chopper. Stop holding us all up. Yeah, in the Resident Evil movie, they make it that everything is being controlled by an AI system called the Red Queen. Facts. 2. Sanitation Division. Attention Manager of Sanitation from Raccoon Disaster Contingency Committee. The contents of this fax are confidential and intended for the named addressee only. Any copying or disclosure of the contents of this fax to any third party is strictly forbidden by the sender. After reading the contents of this fax, it must be destroyed immediately. We expect significant increase in the damage done by the recent T-Virus's outbreak than initially estimated. There are several concerns. First, more than half of the researchers have been infected by the T-Virus and died. It has also been reported that almost all of the survivors of this accident are starting to show symptoms of the T-Virus infection. Second, our secret security patrol team has also been completely eradicated. Therefore, our most recent secret research is in danger of public disclosure. Quick actions are demanded to prevent mass media coverage. Third, there is a high possibility that most of the specimens are running loose inside the compound. We expect many casualties to follow. However, yet unfortunate, these casualties underscore the success of our research results. Actions must be taken to prevent our research results from being made public. We suspect the first official intervention will come from the state police and stores. We strongly recommend taking measures against them first. Transmitting the passcode seems to have unlocked something. Mayhaps. It's filled with a clear liquid. You'd probably be better off not touching it, or drinking it. The sink is full of empty beakers and test tubes. That's right, Cody. You're all going to die down here. Cynical, when you first saw the RE movie, you're like, who the hell is the Red Queen? Who the fuck is Alice? Alice? Who the fuck is Alice? Good times. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, before they did the sequels, if you took the original movie and thought of it as like a story that was happening around the same time that the events of the first game were happening, that in a completely different part of the Raccoon City region there was another laboratory. Like, you could justify that. Like, it's plausible that Umbrella would have more than one laboratory under Raccoon City, you know. And having a new character like Alice in that first movie that doesn't interact with any of the video game characters, it actually works quite well to have her be a new character. But once in the sequel they started to actually put the video game characters in the same timeline as Alice and didn't have them experiencing what they experience, you know. Like, we never get anything from Jill in Resident Evil Apocalypse talking about her experiences in the Spencer Mansion or anything like that. We don't get Chris Redfield in Resident Evil, I think it's Afterlife, the fourth one, where he mentions anything about what happened you know, in the mansion. You get none of that. Claire never mentions anything that happened in Raccoon City in Resident Evil Extinction, the third movie. So you have all these characters from the games being brought into the movie universe, but their backstories and what they've experienced are non-existent to what they are in the games, you know, and their characters are completely rewritten to be different. They look the same, they look similar, or the same, but they aren't the same. You know what I mean? Hey there, viewer. Good morning. You normally wouldn't be up this early, but you napped quite a bit yesterday, so you managed to have your entire night's sleep through your stream. That's cool though, dude. Thanks for coming back in. I'm glad to hear that you had a good rest. Cynical agreed. All went downhill. Yeah, what the fuck was that about? It was as if Jill was new to the whole zombie apocalypse thing. Like, ma'am, you were just in a mansion full of monsters. Exactly. You know, so at least if there was a scene where she spoke to Alice about what happened, you know, like a scene where the characters are getting to know each other. You know, and Jill could have been like, yeah, I was sent in with other STARS members to investigate and, you know, discovered all this shit. Security Protocols. Level 1. Heliport for executive use only. This restriction does not apply in the event of an emergency. Basement Level 1. Passage to heliport entry is prohibited unless accompanied by a consultant researcher or the chief of security. Unauthorized persons entering the heliport will be shot on site. Elevator. The elevator stops during emergencies. Basement Level 2. Visual data room for use by the Special Research Division only. All other access to the visual data room must be cleared with Keith Arving, room manager. Basement Level 3. Prison Sanitation Division controls the use of the prison. At least one consultant researcher, E. Smith, S. Ross, A. Wesker, must be present if viral use is authorized. Triple lock door entry into the room is limited to the sole person who deactivates the lock with all of the passcodes. Accessing the exclusive output terminals located in each section of the senior researchers deactivates the lock. Power room. In this room, nitro compound is used as a primary fuel source of power. Access is limited to headquarters supervisors. This restriction may not apply to consultant researchers with special authorization. Passcode output terminals use and access of the output terminals is limited to authorized senior researchers. Basement Level 4. Regarding the progress of Tyrant after the administration of T-virus, illegible hereafter. Lucinda? Okay, Rod, you got to get your day started. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I absolutely will. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a great start to your stream as well. Want to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't already. Is going to be starting her Resident Evil Marathon, playing through, I think it was 15 games in the series, starting with Resident Evil 0. So that's going to be happening. She's also a streamer of stealth games like the Dishonored series. Also is a fan of games in the Bioshock series, as well as Fallout 4. Is also a fan of horror like Evil Within as well as Resident Evil, of course. So yeah, highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel. Has some really cool emotes as well, based on raccoons, which is very fitting for Raccoon City and Resident Evil. But Lucinda's also a big proponent of looting everything in sight in a video game. Hence the Trash Panda emotes. But yeah, highly recommend checking out Lucinda for those who haven't checked out her stream before. Lizzie, oh my god, it's Wesker. That is true. Wesker. Chris! Hey there, Ronnie. Welcome back to the stream, dude. I hope you had a good sleep. Lucinda, that's no trouble for the shout out. More than happy to give you one. And it'll be great to catch you streaming some Resident Evil. Don't be surprised if there's a certain legion that arrives to watch you play through that game. Is it, Lizzie? Really? So is that the day when it first came out, is it? Oh, really? Back in 1996? I didn't realize that's when they actually were first released. That's interesting. Lizzie, Pocket Monsters was put out a year before, you believe? Pocket Monsters? That seems very familiar. I remember there was an animated show called Real Monsters, which was quite funny. Oh, so it's the Japanese version of it. It's interesting to think of them as monsters, which I guess in a way they are. Umbrella Bioorganic Weapon Official Report. MA-39 Cerberus. FI-03 Neptune. MA-121 Hunter. T-002 Tyrant. Bioorganic Weapons Research Group. Development Staff. Legend has it that Wesker was born with sunglasses grafted onto his head. Lizzie, Nintendo is doing a direct and you're hoping for some information on Scarlet and Violet DLC. Yeah, hopefully they have that for you, Lizzie. Sometimes you just never know with those things if they're gonna come out with the information you want. 83417-0623. Yeah, it's funny that how Jill doesn't actually react to something like that. You'd think that she would actually, to be honest. Oops, I went by it too fast. There we go. 8462. Yeah, that's the thing that is a bit of a discrepancy, I guess, in stories in games and movies. Specifically games, though, it's like when a character sees something that should be of significance, especially something that is revealing someone to be involved in something that that person had no idea was actually involved in it, which knowing that information now changes completely how they feel about them. Yet there's no reaction. Like even having Jill exclaim or say something, would have been good, but I guess their thinking is she confronts Wesker about it anyway, so there's no point in having the character verbalize shock. Some sort of image editing equipment. Looks like you can use it to view Kenneth's film. We will, yeah. We'll view it.
What? Get away from me! No! Hey! No!
Yeah, Lizzie, rest in peace, Kenneth. Rest in peace, Kenneth. Cody, oh my god, they killed Kenny. Someone should do a mod and actually have it be Kenny's body that you find in place of his. Alright, I'm going to come back to these areas with a shotgun. Hey there, Feebler. Welcome to you. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope things are going well. And thank you, yeah, it's been good to replay this game. The last time was 2 years ago. So I'm a bit rusty as well. But it's good to play this, and I'm looking forward to the remake of 4 coming out. So I thought it'd be the perfect time to do a marathon of all the remakes of Resident Evil, including that when it comes out. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it actually. Because the thing about that game is, as much as it's still a beloved game in the series, the original, it has been a long ass time since it came out. To put it into perspective, in 2025, that game will be 20 years old. So it's definitely a long time between doing an original and doing a remake. But I still hope they do a great job of it. It's been a while since I saved. That's okay, Feebler. No trouble at all. Thanks again for stopping in. I hope that you have a really good sleep. Catch you next time. fucking hate insect enemies in these games. Hey there, Royal Twix. How's it going, Royal Twix? Oh, that's good, Royal Twix. That's awesome. That's good. So this is where the game is like, do not run. Running could result in a fatal explosion.
Jill?
Chris! You're alive!
Of course I'm alive. Jill, there's something big going down, and I don't think we're part of the equation.
I have to get you out of here. Ugh, it won't open. Wait, I'll be back to get you out.
Okay, no sightseeing, though.
Not really, Harbinger, no. I'll just be playing through as Jill in this stream, and then once I've finished the game as Jill, I'll be raiding out then. We're very, very close to the end.
Jill,
Barry,
you could have at least waited up for me, you know?
let's go. Wesker!
Thank you, Barry.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, don't blame Barry for everything. I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
Wesker, you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl. But I think you misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry.
You gotta love Barry. He must really be afraid of Umbrella.
You and Umbrella took his family, you bastard.
Umbrella? Well, I used some carrots and sticks to cow him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella. I just used Barry for my personal interests. Though both you and Barry seem to think I was following Umbrella's orders.
What? What are you planning?
I guess it's time for show and tell. It's magnificent.
For the sake of this thing.
You know, I hate goodbyes.
Barry!
Forgive me.
No, you're not to blame. It's Umbrella and Wesker.
Even if it meant my family, I couldn't bear turning my back on my friends again. Shit! Damn it!
Jill and Barry together. In hell.
You want a piece of me?
What? Premature.
No, Barry! You viral cultured freak!
Hey there, Stocks, welcome in. It's the AM hours for you. Didn't pop in last night because you were too concerned speedrunning. That's absolutely no trouble at all, Stocks. I hope your speedrunning went well. We're just going to be ending here soon. Just need to finish this game off. Getting close to the finish.
Barry! Barry! You're okay.
Jill, sorry. That was careless of me. Wesker.
He's gone.
First, let's just get out of here.
In the original, they give you room to run around, whereas in this one, they were like, ha! People who are playing this for the first time who are familiar with the original, we're going to put a fence there in between so that you can't just go around this area. If only that was it, Stocks. If only that was the end. Unspeakably ugly creature.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing.
Wesker must have set it off. Let's hurry.
It is Stocks, yeah. Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
Activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs. Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs.
Jill,
Sorry about the wait.
so everything's taken care of?
System has been
Well,
activated.
almost. Now let's get the hell out of here.
Personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, Lizzie. It reminds me of something similar that
Self-destruct
in the RoboCop
Come
movie,
on, let's go.
all personnel must
a character named Lewis actually wears. In terms of it being like tactical gear, not the beret and stuff,
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately.
but with like the shoulder pads and stuff.
All logs. Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks.
Come on!
Hurry!
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has
This is
been
Brad.
activated.
I'm running out of fuel. If there's anyone alive, contact me now or just give me a sign. I repeat, this is your last chance.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all 3 minutes to detonation.
Damn it! We're almost there! Jill, you just get in contact with Brad.
No!
We can make it. Jill, ladies first.
Chris!
Would you let me have my moments too?
All right. We'll rendezvous at the heliport.
Jill!
You made it!
Jill, use it! Kill it, whatever it is!
Hasta vista, baby. If only they knew that this wasn't the end of everything to do with Umbrella. And then 15 or so years later, all the events that take place over the games. So that is doing Jill's campaign. It's always been a tradition of mine, going back to when I first played the original, playing as Jill first. So I did the same with the remake when I played this first time. So next week, next Monday, will be Chris's turn. I'm looking to get a different ending with Chris, so I won't be getting the full ending where you rescue Rebecca and everything, but I'm going to look and see which ending for Chris is considered the quickest to get. Because what I'd like to do next week is finish Chris's campaign in a shorter amount of time than I finished Jill's. It's been a couple of years since I played this game. And then that way I can start Resident Evil 2 Remake next Monday as well. But I'm going to go and raid out Lucinda, who's actually playing Resident Evil 0. She's actually starting her marathon today with that game. Lizzie, rest in peace, Rebecca. I think, like, the character survives, but she's in the rest of the series in events that take place after this. But in terms of, like, making sure that she survives, you need to make sure that she doesn't get killed by the hunters, because they attack her at a certain point. But that might be the quickest way to finish the game, is by not saving Rebecca. Shinji Mikami, please give us Evil Within 3, with you directing it. Going back to a more gritty Evil Within like the first one, not a
Jill,
polished
you did a fine job.
sequel, where everything looks clean and pristine. There we go, make a save. Save files 7 and 8 from here on out will be where I save over Jill and Chris's stuff. There we go. So that is the end of the playthrough. Well, sorry, that's the end of Jill's campaign, I mean. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. Going to give some shout outs before we raid out to Lucinda, who's playing Resident Evil 0. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, Dr. Ronnie, Zamaxi, Litus, Shin, Mr. Gote, and Mauler. Crocodiles is a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's playing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood at the moment as part of his annual series playthrough. He's actually doing a stealth challenge and doing all optional objectives with every game done by Ubisoft Montreal. Dr. Ronnie has been doing some Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. He finished that playthrough. He'll be doing India next, Assassin's Creed Chronicles India. He's also a doctor and scientist in real life, working in the field of regenerative medicine for things like cures to Parkinson's as well as MS. Maxi has been doing some Last of Us Part 1. He's actually playing it in parallel to the HBO's adaptation. So when one episode of the HBO episode is aired, he then plays the game and plays the chapter that corresponds to that episode. He's also a big fan of Final Fantasy. He's got a lot of funny channel points rewards. Litus has been doing a lot of retro stuff. He's a big fan of Resident Evil, as well as games like Mortal Kombat, Tekken, Street Fighter, Streets of Rage as well. Shin has been playing some Mass Effect Legendary Edition. He's a big fan of the Mass Effect games, also the Dragon Age games. He was playing Dragon Age Inquisition not that long ago. Mr. Gote has been playing Hunt Showdown. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed as well as Ghost Recon. He's also a fan of horror games like Outlast, Until Dawn, and other games made by Supermassive. And highly recommend Mauler as well, who's a big player of Goose Goose Duck. He's going to be doing a playthrough soon of Detroit Become Human, but he's calling it Detroit Become Violent. He's going to be choosing all the options in the game that lead to violent outcomes. And he's also been streaming some Grounded, as well as Hogwarts Legacy as well. So highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. We're going to go and raid Lucinda. I'm just going to put in a raid message that people can feel free to use. Lucinda's doing a Resident Evil Marathon, so there'll definitely be a lot of Resident Evil streams happening on her channel, including the remake of Resident Evil 4 when that's coming out. Also feel free to copy and paste that as well as add your own. So the next stream you'll see from me will be GTA 3, continuing celebrating that game's 10th anniversary. If you see me streaming GTA 5, you know it's become Tuesday. It's also my Wednesday game as well. And I'll get back to Resident Evil 1 Remake next Monday to do Chris's campaign. Thanks for watching, and until next time.